last time, it was session 7 of the Animaesus Interasks campaign that we have the 4 ways here, or the 4 ways of disaster, um, that have gone through 10 days of downtime of carousing and partying and trying to gain information on Lady Altapar, who has come back to the city, trying to avenge the people in a way. Like the 12th house, she worked for them and she feels responsible as someone who helped them gain so much money and power over the last 12 years. That now that she sees kind of that they're moving towards this darker position than just the business that they've been doing for years and years, she's feels responsible to do something about it. Telearia informed you of these things, and you spent a week kind of getting positions, getting contacts, arranging some things. Cotton, we have a little. I want to do a little scene with you. We're gonna do a little flashback with you to start the session here in a moment once I'm done with the recap, and then we will kind of handle your contact situation. But you guys met last session at the Herald's Tavern near your apartment to discuss the information and connections you guys have gained. And Birdman had arranged a dinner meeting with the 11th House Binder Lord Orcafor, a gnomish archmage, and they discuss other avenues, and there was a good number of other contacts that we can revisit in this session. But they really focused on that one pretty distinctly. And throughout the day, on their way to prepare for this dinner that Eros was going to create for the Binder Lord, you go to Musello's, and having already dropped off the patterns that Telearia had gifted Eros, he rushes one of Eros's favorite patterns, so she has a fresh outfit for the dinner to impress the patrons, I think is the best way to say, for someone who eats, I guess, cooks food. And you spend some time in the Beast Crown, which is the districts of the different houses where each of their towers are. And Eros revisits Roxana. And along the way, Strike also comes in contact with a old contact from his pit fighting days, a Gripply frogfolk, to help him get another pair of eyes during the festival that begins in the next 2 days. And Birdman also checks in on his office for any new clients. He doesn't have any, but he kind of considers that a little worrisome that there is a lot of too much calm before the festival, or is there something going to break out? Nonetheless, he decides to deliver a letter to Skewer to inform them that they changed the location of the dinner where Eros is going to cook at the 11th house. And they finally, after those I think that's the word, right word. I don't know. They make their way to the 13th house, and Eros and Roxana become more intimate, quote unquote. And closer as Roxana learns the idiosyncrasies of the Eloquence Bard. It gets heated, to be sure, and Roxana questions her connections to Eros. They then prepare for the dinner with the 11th House Binder Lord. There are 3 courses, and they play a game of questions with the Elder Gnome and his apprentices. They learn of Altapar gaining renown within the 10th House, in a way taking the position of power from the Putori, who have always led the 10th House. Now few would question his leadership. Orcafor, the 11th House Gnome Binder Lord, also questions Strike about his magical connections to the god Chiton, and Strike's spirit of beast within him. There's definite warning of gnomes.
The gnomes are coming.
And they also question Birdman's past and learn of him being an elf. Nonetheless, you all know now that going after Altar politically was near impossible. But speaking of the devil, as you return home, Altapar is not a patient person by any means. He has come to your house waiting for you there, and there's a combat breaks out. He's flying around with magic, throwing a few uh, bouts of fire, destroying Terry's apartment, sort of in the process. Eros and Strike, by both eloquence and destruction, are able to convince most of Altapar's compatriots to either give up or flee. And Terry is able to charm a couple of them to get a couple of the stragglers before it gets too out of ordination. He's has a job as the landlord, literally. I like to think that means that they are protectors of that part of the city in their own right, and they can interpret that as they see fit. But Terry is lawful. He may be evil, but he's lawful. Eventually, Jim arrives after a mimicked howl from Birdman, and Altapar begins to retreat using invisibility and flight. However, the senses of the group are able to kind of keep within moments behind him. You force him to kind of fly away to a different part of the city. He gets lost kind of in the crowd. And we are at the point when we're going to get with the rest of the group in a moment where you guys are picking up that chase, at least Strike and Birdman are, after Altapar. But before we go to that, I want to flash back to the day we are at now is the 14th day of the month. We're going back to 2 sessions ago, the day after where that session ended, which would be the 5th day of the month. And Cotton has arranged a meeting with their 5th house contact to kind of settle up the business that happened at the prisons. They've come to a small building structure, kind of 2-story house. You get the rest of you, if you want to drop your token so you can see stuff, you can. Cotton, now you got your token.
Oh, sorry.
It's all good. You're down at the bottom right. And just for narrative's sake, for this point, there's a sign on the door that is in common that reads, we're pretty sure addressed to you. It doesn't say your name, but it says, come in, grab a light, turn left after the table. I'm in my workshop. And you are meeting the you presume you've never met him in person. So he's the head alchemist of the 5th house. All you know is he's a squamata, which is lizard dragon people. They're the admixed race I've created that are between the middle ground between dragon and lizard folk, more or less.
Okay.
So he is an alchemist and a renowned one, to be sure. He's very good at what he does. So you can already kind of smell the different perfumes and acid things from the windows, and he has probably a giant chimney with like stuff billowing out. Like you can hear the whirling and chimes and gears from whatever machinery he has inside as well. And the door is unlocked. But what you don't expect when you walk into the door is the other voices. You see as you come into the door, and they're in the middle of a conversation in common, playing cards, like just gambling, kind of conversation, and they all ignore you for the first few moments. But you do see a pair of drow with a pair of wild dog or coyote folk, are usually what the Canis are described as, out at the table. They've obviously pushed aside accoutrement and different knickknacks and papers that are supposed to be on this table so they can play their card game. And What does Cotton do?
Well, I think Cotton is supposed to grab a light, right?
Yes.
So she's gonna do that.
Okay. There's the torch to your left, and you can grab that with your token by
Okay.
if you want as well to like have that go with you if you want for those things. Grab the light, and when you grab the light, their conversation kind of ends, and they all kind of like turn to you, seeing the light there, and this guy gets up from his seat and kind of hops on 3 legs and then stands up on 4. He's about your height, maybe 2 inches or so taller. Looks like kind of like a coyote hyena man, sort of. And in Sylvan asks, "What you doing here?"
I'm meeting someone.
He in do you speak Undercommon?
I don't know. Check my
I
sheet.
don't think so, but
Probably not. I mean,
uh it sounds like Sylvan, but it's really like has a similar vowel sounds
mm,
to it. I don't know, and the way there's a similar beat to it, but it's to your Sylvan understanding, but it's not that. So he speaks this other language to the two drow back there, and one of them stands up and kind of turns around and to look at you, and then says something else to this guy, and he goes to a door to the left, presumably the door you need to go to, and he knocks on the door, and he has to knock 2 or 3 more times. Is there anything you do while you wait for them to get to this door? It's obviously they're impeding you from doing what you have been told to do, but you're generally getting the impression that these guys beat you here. Like maybe they thought the message was for them, and like they've come in here for whatever reason you're not sure. Like, this is not how this was supposed to work. You're definitely getting the impression these guys are not supposed to be here. Like you were just supposed to meet with this one guy. So
kind of straightens herself and walks past the cannon in front of her and says, "Hold on, guys, I got this," and intercepts them before they go to the door, or at least tries to do that.
okay, roll me a stealth or acrobatics check. Okay, that guy is more surprised. He's not gonna do anything, but the drow will try to dodge and weave. Okay, the drow, you get to hear, and then you hear around the corner the door open, and in the language that's what you didn't understand, you hear a female voice say something and kind of walk out, and then in common, a raspy voice that you presume is the lizard man you're supposed to meet with. "I will have it finished. Do not worry. It will be done in time." And the drow just turns back and in common says, "It better be," and kind of walks around the corner and pushes the chair out of the way and walks back and like almost doesn't see you until that last moment, and kind of looks to her right and is just like says something into this drow that obviously tells him that he needs to get the fuck out of the way and just let you pass. And then she just kind of stares you up and down and like takes you full in, like really trying to see who you are and like obviously remember who you are, and then just kind of orders the rest of them to get up and leave. Is there anything you want to do before they leave the room?
It's gonna. Hmm. No, she's not doing anything. The woman, she's just going to walk to the door. Oh, I ran into the guy.
All right, roll me a perception check as he comes into the room and closes the door behind him to see what you see in the room behind that they both came
Okay.
from. Okay. A workshop of strange sort that deals in alchemy, obviously by who this person is, but you also are pretty sure you saw a table that didn't currently have a cadaver or corpse or body on it, but got the impression that there was recently a bloody one on it. You still saw like fresh blood on there and like the chains that look like they were obviously made to like tie someone down to the table. And then he closes the door and you have that glint of like yellow eye that kind of shines in the light you're carrying with you, and he you see a more than 5 foot tall, medium sized squamata, obviously of green ancestry, that has a very very strong crocodilian bloodline to him, as you can see by the picture, and he has his giant kind of dragon like forked tongue that kind of comes out and sniffs, and the way he looks him up and down, you get two impressions immediately. This is a very astute intelligence that you're looking at that really creates things that others just don't have a mind to, and he is a hunter. Like he is not a frail formed like wizard or anything by any means. And then he has this on his right shoulder. You see that leather kind of pouch thing. It kind of wraps around his arm and around about his elbow. There's this his elbow to his forearm. There's this mechanical apparatus. You're not exactly sure what it does, but you're sure it's something he uses to help him in his various experiments or even to combat people. Like you see part of it has this looks like, something to like shoot a gun with almost like on like it's and he doesn't really say anything. He just kind of walks around and you get the impression with when his tail kind of whips around and he kind of pulls out this chair for you a little bit. He tells you to sit down and then he like kind of fully walks around the circle to like sit down himself, and the rest of the people leave, and he waits for the door to be closed, and he asks for the light for it from you, and he takes it and kind of uses it to like in one hand. You get the impression he doesn't have dark vision by the use of the light, and he's like resituating the table that they all messed up before he sits down. And I am glad we finally have met, young Cotton. I wish this meeting was under better terms. The last job has created a fuss in a place that I can't afford a fuss for right now. But you also catch me in an awkward position. And roll an insight check
Okay.
and a history check. Okay. History, you only know that the drow are often associated with the 12th house.
Yeah.
That's all you get from that. The insight check is it's pretty obvious. He's worried whether or not you're going to talk about the drow being here.
Yeah.
So he's kind of implying the near disaster at the prison by his perspective of causing too much focus on the barrel being delivered. Since you saw him with the drow, he's kind of wondering what arrangements can be made. He's trying to speak as few words as possible.
Okay. I'm honored that you take the time to meet me despite it all. I know that I haven't really fulfilled the assignment you had given me, but I can't really tell you. I don't really have an excuse for you, but I would still like to know how you would wish to proceed in our business relationship.
Officially, Anton would like to cut services, but unofficially, considering, and you see him briefly look towards the door where you saw the blood on the table. Like, he obviously wasn't he thought he would have more control of your arrival. And he knows you're an independent party that, like, literally works for most people in the city. You've just worked for the fifth house a lot recently.
Yeah.
So Anton, yes, would cut ties. I think I need to. What do we need? What do you need from me, I should say, to ensure we continue a friendly relationship of secrecy and he
I
doesn't
will
know the word.
I check because I don't know if Cotton would tell him about the Tarask they found, the baby Tarask, because they need information about that. But I don't know if she would, do that actually, since that's very sensitive information. But
Mm-hmm.
he could also help.
You do know that, you just saw Drow. Your whole situation is the 12th house had that Tarask, so it could he could have information, but you also know that could potentially, if his loyalty is stronger to the Drow, he could potentially inform the Drow that you guys have
Yeah.
figured out this stuff. Yeah.
Well, I am. I am good. I am just a person that delivers certain, maybe risky goods to people. And that's what I do first and foremost. But I've also taken an interest in your house because I also am also interested in alchemy in a way. And I do not have I don't have any demands or such things for you. I just have one wish and or maybe ask because I don't know if such a thing exists, but if you do have a library, would you grant me access to it? And I will just, if you do, I will just continue on as business as usual and not as disastrous as last time because that's not what I do usually. Well, very out of character for me.
His forked tongue slips out a few times as you speak. He takes a long pause and is obviously analyzing you in an uncomfortable way. You're not sure, like, if this was a different situation, if the alligator wouldn't try to eat the little cat. But I have access to different libraries. I have my own here, yes. I think that is an interesting proposition. Roll a persuasion check with advantage.
Persuasion. Let's go. Should be good.
Damn. Okay. His apprehension kind of washes away, and he grabs one of the books on the table and kind of hands it to you. And implies very strongly without any words, like, this is where you can begin if you would like from here. And then he says, return after the festival has come and swing in the next 3 days, and I can see about getting you access to something a little more substantial.
I am very grateful for this opportunity. Thank you. And she kind of like grabs the book with her paws and I don't know, wiggles her ears.
Okay. Roll a
パーセプションチェック
your ears perk up. You hear something behind the door to your right, and you don't get the impression your host hears it. Like something like large, like a sack of potatoes fell off like a table.
Yeah.
You are not a sack of potatoes. That was someone's hands and knees hitting a hitting a wood floor on the other side of this door. When you looked in there, all you saw a table that had blood on it. So
Yeah,
your
suspicious.
concern raises up a little bit. You still don't get the impression uh, he's heard it by this point. He's basically just taking the torch, and he is looking. You get the impression he's looking to see on his shelves if there's anything else he's willing to give you at this point. What do you do?
Yes. Cotton kind of turns in the chair and looks to him. May I ask what you are working on right now?
I am conducting research into the reanimation process of certain cellular structures. Trying to see if, and he. There it is. He makes his way to the other shelf down. There it is. Goes to the top shelf, grabs another book, and kind of walks over to hand it to you.
Yeah.
Some of these notes speak to my initial understandings of these things. You begin with a understanding of poisons and serums that destable the senses. The Tarask has many, many more that are quite curious. My most recent, the melancholic, siphoned from the inner bladder, it provides a euphoria in a way that makes them malleable to suggestion. The prisons have had great use with it. He smiles a sinister smile.
Interesting work. Well, I don't want to keep you from you doing the research. So I will. I think I will just get to reading these materials. And I will see you soon. Thank you.
Roll a wisdom save with advantage, because you were already aware of the noise, as there's a loud just bonk, and you do a cat meow, like it makes you jump, and like he turns his head quickly, and it definitely surprises him, but he doesn't get taken off guard, it seems, for those things. And he's like, "Oh, excuse me, if you would see yourself out. I believe after the festival, come back here, and I will have more for you to learn." And he is obviously waiting by the door in such a way to both brace it and both wait for you to leave so he can open it at the same time.
Yeah,
Uh,
okay.
what do you do?
Okay, see you after the festival then. She kind of looks at the door, but just walks away at a quicker pace than maybe a not nervous person would do, and leaves. Yeah, she leaves.
Okay. You then would return later that evening and be either pulled in or not pulled in. It's up to you. The week of carousing that the party got engaged with,
Mm,
as you would kind of figure out after the fact about Telearia returning to the city, informing you all that Lady Altapar, who you all helped escape her husband's assassination attempts by cutting off her ear. She's returned to the city, like I mentioned at the beginning of the session, to kind of take responsibility for what she's allowed the 12th house to do. So they've spent that week kind of trying to gain contacts of people within the city that might have potential information about where she's at. And then they've kind of focused in on the 11th house as of last session, and then kind of got wrapped up into that chase we're about to get to. So can you roll me a persuasion check, and You would also one I forgot. This guy's name is Federo, and Federo would have given you a. He would have still paid you. They would have given you a bag of 25 gold coins.
Very cool.
And the carousing depending on the gold you invest in it for the week will determine the quality or social status rank, not necessarily quality, but social status rank of the contact. So you at least 10 gold for the week will get you someone like a basic worker, lower class kind of person. 50 gold for the week gets you access to the medium class merchants, and then 250 gold or so, quite a significant amount to reach the binder lords and the nobility to be able to get contacts that are really close to them. So how much gold does Cotton invest during this? And the party did invest a decent amount. They had 200 gold that they already invested. So you can kind of ride that and kind of go to the where they're going, or you can do what Brandon did, where Brandon kind of invested a little separate gold on his own side to kind of get some context more personally. So if that makes sense.
I don't.
Nonetheless, I need a persuasion check.
I brought.
Okay. All right. So for those things, and I need to grab a book.
Personal lawyer investments, you know how it is.
Yeah, but I got that, home money investments.
True.
Maybe I will spend 50 gold.
I like we're all interconnected to different parts of the city, man. Like we all have different people we can.
And we're
talk
just
to.
dipping our toes in so many different holes.
Yeah, we are.
Some of them a
Well,
little dry.
I'm gonna enjoy when that comes to bite you all in the ass. As well. Hasn't reached the pinnacle yet. But...
Then we just fight right back.
Well, that's true.
You're assuming
and
I don't want to.
then Strike will murder half of the 10th house, and we'll be like, okay.
Just
That'll
don't
be
kill the
super
ferrets,
easy.
man.
Only an inconvenience.
Don't kill the ferret man.
Just don't kill the ferrets, man. That's all I ask.
But I can kill the wizard, right?
Oh, yeah, you
Okay.
can kill a wizard. He's a human. I don't care about him.
With a 21, depending on the amount of gold you invest, Lucy, you will have 3 different contexts of that quality, I guess, so to speak.
Mhm.
So, and then we can work together, or I can roll a couple dice real quickly to decide. You can help decide what houses you would kind of try to learn from more with those 3 contacts. If you all want them to be from the same house or go to 3 different houses throughout the week to kind of get different contexts. Everyone here kind of did a mixture of those things.
Well, I think I'm gonna spend 50. I don't have 200 gold, so I don't think I do. I need gold for rent as well.
Indeed. It is when we pick up back up at the chase scene, it is the 14th of the month, and there's 20 days in the month. So
I'm gonna spend 50 gold, and I would like a contact in the 12th house.
Okay.
Maybe. Which one was the red house? Was it the
4th? The 4th is a good chunk rat.
Yeah, I would like a contact in the red house as well. The 4th house.
Okay.
And maybe. I don't know. Do I need 2 contacts in the 12th house? No.
The 12th house is one of the more complicated houses, to be sure. So, like, once to that point, I was about to ask you with the 12th house selection, do you want it to be a dog, human, dwarf, or drow? As those
Yeah,
are the 4.
I guess I will take 12 house contacts.
Okay.
1 drow and 1 canine.
Okay. So I have those written down. If you guys want to write your contacts down or whatever, you can. So you guys and you can go back to them, and they're not necessarily devoutly loyal to you, but you have started the idea of loyalty with you guys by what you guys have done with this carousing. Like, they're at like the beginnings of loyalty, which is based upon the party score, which is really Eros. Because it's just easier. The way this works is it's based upon whoever in the party has the highest charisma, which I believe is Eros. Although Cotton has really good charisma too.
Minus
Yeah. But I think Eros is higher. I mean,
Eros. Oh no. Okay, you just were proficient in that. Okay, yeah. Okay, Eros is highest. Yeah. So these contacts all have a loyalty based upon, and this is something the DMG that I'm using with NPCs in my campaigns right now is equal to half the party member's highest charisma score, and then it goes up and down by d4s based upon how you interact with them. So right now, everyone has like 8 loyalty with most of you, which is average. You know, like they won't die for you, but they're not gonna like rat you out right now. You haven't done anything to like offend them, I guess, in those ways. So
It's a start.
Don't worry,
It's a
Shallow
start.
Butter is gonna love me.
Shallow Butter will love you. Yes, Shallow Butter is another drow that we created in this session.
great.
That's also Ryan Gosling.
It's also Ryan. Yeah, they have Ryan Gosling
Oh,
too.
Ryan Gosling.
Yes.
Hell
I would
yeah.
also I would like to name a contact. I don't know.
Okay, if you want to name contacts, yeah, we named a few last time.
Yes. I think one should have the last name Hantelmann. It's like Hantel. It's like bell bar. And I know someone named Hantelmann is really funny, so to me.
Oh, Hunterman.
It could just be his name, Hantelmann.
I thought you were saying Hunter Man. Like
No, Hantelmann. Hantelmann.
Okay,
no,
Hantelmann.
Hunterman sounds
It's easy.
cool.
All right.
Just Hunter Man.
Um.
Hey, get a
I
load of
think
Hunter
that-
Man.
Okay, we'll make that the dog man.
Awesome. He should be buff because he's Hantelmann.
Okay. Okay, that more or less picks us up for where we are right now in session. Cotton, I imagine, up to this point, has spent a little more time with their contact here, and then is kind of coming a day later than everyone else is to this coming home. And Cotton, you're walking down the street near sundown towards home, and you see Jim, the local police wolfman, in conversation with Eros. And as you kind of jog forward, you see very quickly Birdman and Strike run south, away from Eros and Jim after you're not sure by this point, and everyone's back together. Yeah.
And I told you he's a fucking dick, Jim. I tell you all the time he's a piece of shit.
And the Butori kind of hops up. He can't be a dick, but he's also like, you guys fucked with him, right? Like, I don't understand the whole situation, but you caused his divorce to happen.
No,
And
I
Jim-
didn't cause anything to happen. He misunderstood everything himself. That's his fault, not mine.
Jim sighs. Oh, domestic shit. Okay. And Terry's like, oh, I see what's going on. He's trying to get after Eros's hot ass. I got it.
God damn it, Terry.
Oh god, Terry's so lucky I'm not there. Jesus.
And Jim looks like finally looks behind him and sees Cotton coming up and is like, "You're not involved in this chaos, are you?"
I mean, not really. Is this about was it Altapar, that creepy old guy?
Oh, so you are involved in this, Jim says.
She's not entirely involved. She's actually been quite out of it lately.
Well, Well, all right. Well, I need to go check on my house, and
Whoa, Terry, you're fucking huge.
wait, I didn't mean to do that. That was the wrong spell. All right, and he jogs over here. Come on, bud. You're gonna help me clean up the house. All right, new friend. I like this idea. You have a really cool house. Takes the charm guy with him to go clean up his house. He's charmed for the next hour, and he goes inside, and you hear repeated cursing throughout the next few minutes you're here as he bitches about how his house is messed up. And
And well done.
Jim is like, all right, well, I should probably go catch up with Strike before a murder happens. Are you okay? He points at the Putori. Yeah, we're cool. We're cool. I'm not gonna fuck with this shit anymore. It's not worth that. If I knew this was strictly about the divorce here, I would not just about, some sort of trade or something. And he looks up at Eros. You know what about any sort of trade? He said he gave you something for something else and it was a bad deal.
Look, the less you know, honestly, the better. You don't want to be a part of this. The only thing that needs to be stated is he expected more from us than he ever should have. And now he's being a dick about it.
Jim, you should probably let the Binder Lord of the 10th House know. Yeah. Good luck finding him at this hour, though. He whistles to the other guy, and and this guy yells back, yeah, he's still alive. And then this guy yells back, well, he could sleep it off. We need to go tell Pio what's going on. What the fuck? We're not gonna find him at this hour. I know, but we gotta try. These two guys skitter together, and kind of Jim points his sword at both of them. As if I catch you again in this part of the city, and they just kind of nod.
Question to the DM. Oh, I'm getting this from a kind of Critical Role. I wonder if you would rule the same. But sending says you just have to be familiar with someone to send them a message. Does that mean you could be kind of have an idea of who they are, what they look like, type of thing, to send them a message? You don't have to personally have met them?
I don't think it's always personal knowledge. I think if you have enough knowledge about the person, whether or not that person will react in a favorable way is another thing. It's an interesting thing of getting prank calls that may happen in a magical world that just came to mind. Where people are just randomly sending messages to each other to annoy each other. But
Is your refrigerator running?
So Eros would be like,
catch it.
Hey, wait, I could probably contact him. I don't know the guy, but if you give me a rough idea of him, then I should be able to send him a message via magic. I'd read your mind if I could, but I'm kind of tapped out with that.
There's chitter chatter in Sylvan,
which I understand.
They are how drunk do we think he is? Scale of 1 to 12? 1 to 8. 7? Okay. I go back to you in common. Yeah. We're not gonna say we'll get back anything intelligible.
I mean, all I would do is just ask for a location that you could meet him at.
They look you up and down. You look like you have spent some time in the 13th house.
I spent most of my time there.
Okay, good. What's the best joint there?
Well, I am biased towards Rexani's Tavern, of course.
Okay. What's the one where you get the best sleaziest deals?
What do you mean?
We've heard of Rexani, and then he's a little pricey sometimes, and our lord's a little cheap, but he likes the
Well,
skin.
Well, there's also Matilda's house. It's
Oh,
kind of a little bit off ways, but it's still in the 13th house itself.
Matilda. Matilda. They both chatter to each other in Sylvan. Have you heard that before? No. Sounds like a nasty joint. Yeah. I don't know. What's a Matilda? I have no idea. And they, well, okay. Try Matilda's, I guess. He looks like us, but not. He's usually just in a simple, like, robe thing. Your friend that ripped the guy we met this morning in half down the road there, the big, I think is he a melon?
Yes.
I couldn't, his tail, looks
He's a
like a
weird
fucking
melon.
dinosaur. Okay, well, nonetheless, Pio kind of has similar markings to a melon. Some say his great-great-grandmother was one. So, I don't know if that, like, he around his eyes, he has the similar, like, stripe thing.
Any personality traits?
They both look to each other, look back to you. He likes to drink, they say in unison. Shrug.
So, a drunk Patori who has melon markings. Okay. This might work then.
And so I'll cast sending then.
Roll me a D100 for 2 reasons: to see how drunk he is, and to also see if the location's correct. Okay, location's correct, and he's he's more than halfway to blacked out. When with the response you get, what do you say to him so I know how he responds?
Okay.
Hello? Binder Lord of the 10th house? This.
They called him Pio.
Oh, okay. Hello? Pio? I'm Eros, and I've worked with Altapar, and he tried to kill me and my friends. Where are you right now?
Okay, they're all above 15. Okay. Um. Uh. It's the first 3 words. I am on a bar. He did what? Where am I? Oh, yeah, Matilda. Yeah, another drink. Oh, yeah. Eros, you, and he cuts off.
Okay. Well, he happens to actually be at Matilda's. Okay, so you're going to go to the 13th house, and it's going to be a little bit. You're going to have to go a little bit off to the side around Rexani's Tavern, and you're going to walk back past a few shady alleys, maybe a hooker or two, and don't be scared. Then go to a back door, and there's generally a password, at least if you want to get things a little bit cheaper. Just say it should be Rexani's penthouse tonight. Generally, it changes depending on the day, but it is free to get in. Just it'll be a little bit more expensive if you aren't in the know.
They both look at each other and gulp. Look down at, like, what pockets they don't have, because most Putori don't wear pants. And, well, maybe we'll be cute enough to get in. That's usually what he does, right? One of them says in Sylvan. I don't know. How does he get around? He's the Binder Lord. Does he just, like, do they just give him gold for free? I don't know. Fuck,
Yeah,
I need to
like-
become the binder lord. They kind of start to trail off and chitter chatter amongst each other as they go towards the 13th house. They are relatively going in the same direction because it's towards the Beast Crown, which is like you need to head south out of the area you're in and then head east. Is the quickest way to go there, and they are obviously also going in that direction to be curious in some ways. And Jim just kind of shrugs off at that, and the camera, before it starts to paint off to Strike and Birdman, what do Cotton and Eros do now that you've convinced the 10th house to at least begin political repercussions before I switch to the two other bros?
Hey, Con.
That's a weird thing to be stingy about, you know?
In a wrecking squad.
At least, like, give the poor girl some money. But whatever.
I mean, they didn't have pockets, so I was going to, but I didn't know where to put it.
Yeah.
Uh,
So what are you up to now?
Well, I'm just gonna wait for Birdman and Strike. But I have something else in mind. It doesn't really need to take my attention right now. Where have you've been in and out a lot lately? We haven't gotten time to see what you're up to.
Yeah, I needed to clear something up business related, and I've been trying to read. But yeah, it's been busy. Sorry for being absent, I guess. You can always send me a message.
I mean, yeah, but it's it's not the same, you know.
And she kind of like pets the fur on your cheek.
Are you taking care of yourself?
Well, I am. No worries. Thank you for your concern. And she kind of, I guess, goes through her hair with her paw. And
You
then
know-
she turns.
When the cat pet's back.
Yeah.
Your question, Eros, reminded me of something that I forgot to do last week and had a note about, and didn't look at that page till now. I would like each of you for the week of carousing to roll a d4 to add to your sanity.
Oh my god.
Yes.
Wow.
Spain. Again.
Fuck, man.
Bird does not.
You're going
have sanity.
insane.
The bird does not. He's so unhinged, man.
I'm back
And
to
then-
normal.
Cotton, you can bring yourself to full health. Everyone else is still
Well,
injured,
yeah.
but you haven't been engaged yet today. So yeah, all of you, I forgot to bring that up from last time. For things, and then for the general downtime. So good gains. Sanity
Fuck,
is
man.
the only stat that can go above 20, just with what we're doing here. So
Oh damn.
you can get a sanity stat to 30.
I'll never go. above
I'm
20,
never gonna
that's
get
right.
there.
Yeah.
Well, I imagine not. Like Cotton and Arrows, maybe. I don't know. The setting here does not do well for these things. Oh.
Cotton's like at 20 now, I think.
No,
No.
I'm at like 16 because I went kind of insane last time I was there. So,
Yes.
Ah.
Yeah. So a couple weeks to just recuperate things. I think Strike and Birdman are still the worst.
I'm at 15. Actually,
Whoa.
I'm fine.
Well,
Hey, you're higher
you're
than
still
me.
positive. Still positive.
I'm higher than you?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You do keep almost getting killed, though.
Yeah.
To be fair.
That it does make sense. Okay, so you guys have this is like a few minute conversation. So you guys are there's a good chunk of time we're jumping between Strike and Birdman chasing after Altapar. Here, so I'm gonna. Where did I put that map?
I mean,
All right.
guess there's one literally quick thing I could do right before that. Like it's super
Yeah.
quick. And I just got to make sure I'm pronouncing the name right.
What, Caravan?
No. It's just
Care Bear's
it's
there.
Care Bear's there. Carolina. Where the fuck is his name?
I don't know who you're talking about.
Her master.
Just
I didn't
make
write
it
it. I didn't write his name there.
Oh, isn't it start with an S?
I know it's
on
Cerulean. I know it's Cerulean. I just don't remember how I spelled it.
It's like an S.
I put it on the timeline. That's where I remember seeing it. Where I have it, at least.
I don't know why I didn't fucking write it down because I'm stupid. Like
I'll
that.
find it. I'll find
Wait,
it. I'll
I
find
think
it.
you did write it down.
I
Hang on,
did, just
have
not
it somewhere.
anywhere that I placed it. Or did I?
Look it up It probably is in our DMs. Actually, you can find it there.
Actually,
I have it here. I have it here as Sayrulion.
Yeah, Cerulean. Yeah, I found it. I'm not entirely
I'm just
stupid.
gonna.
I'm
I was gonna
stupid,
say,
just
I
not.
know it's in our friggin' DMs. Like I know you typed it to me.
I just didn't put it in her bio. That's just why. 'Cause
Okay.
I don't have it anywhere.
Ah.
But
I'm
going
so
to
you want to do something with your master?
Yeah, I'm gonna do a sending spell to him. Just say, "Hi, Dad. It's me. It's been a while. I just thought I should check in with you. I only have this last sending spell, though."
It is good to hear from you. I am fine. Traveling on the eastern shores again, trying to help. I lost track of counting. I stopped counting. Damn it. Oops. All right, I'll give him 10 more words. Trying to help the refugees find prosperity. How I love you. That's it. I imagine maybe, I don't know. Is he a bard?
Yeah, he's a bard.
Yes,
He's a master bard.
He's a master bard. Okay. I imagine there might be a sending spell that happens later on. Let me see. Roll a percentage dice. See if he has a spell slot. He does. So I think instead of I love you, then if he had a sending spell, it would be how are you? And then you would get it's me as the first words for the sending spell, so you can respond back.
I'm fine. I've made quite a few friends, and they help keep me safe. Although I kind of miss our adventures. But that's for another day.
There's no response back, so you get the impression he probably can't send another spell today. But you know that he probably will tomorrow, at least to ensure everything's fine and continue the conversation. So let me write a note about that.
I imagine the way Eros does sending spells too. She like puts her finger up to her ear and looks up to the sky to do it too.
Yes, hello, God.
Hello,
It's me
God.
again.
Hello,
Okay.
God. I was inquiring about your next rapture. When do you think you can schedule in appropriate time?
Okay. Eros and Cotton, you can drop yourselves where you see fit on this next map. If you would like to just kind of see what's going on, but you guys are quite a few minutes behind these two.
My God.
Birdman and Strike, I would like
What
a
is that?
perception check. Strike, you can get advantage because you can base it upon smell. No,
No.
equals out to a normal roll because there's a lot of people. Birdman, you a normal roll.
You said
Your
perception?
perception.
Do I get my natural explorer benefits?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Jumping onto this map is
Perception.
terrifying.
It's a 26.
26. Okay. So you guys follow for 30 seconds or so to a more heavy trafficked street part of the middle throat district of the city of Salt. And you are bombarded by noise and smell and people, all of which from the various diverse races of the city, as it is kind of the evening main shift change for people that work in the central part of the city are leaving to go home, and those that continue the work throughout the evening for the Tarask to keep that work flowing, as well as just the general commotion and excitement to prepare for the Blood Festival. There's a lot of eagerness for this to happen. A lot of these people are eager to prepare for it because once it's prepared, and they know they're ready for it, there's a stronger guarantee for their siphon when that state comes. So when people are coming home, it's almost like they go to work at their second job to prepare for the Blood Festival, as people are and households are constructing different apparatuses with buckets and pulley systems and whatever to get ready to literally gather as much blood as they can when this festival begins in 2 days. So there is still a lot of business going on, as a lot of businesses are staying open later to provide the resources people need to construct these different things. And some of them are rather simple, and some of them are very complex. It just kind of depends on each kind of level and quality and higher upper class. You guys are in a general middle class district, is where you guys live for the most part. So there is these crowds I've put around the city. The picture is goofy, but it's the best crowd I could find. Picture that I could find that represents the number of people. I think that are kind of around you all at this point. So the crowds will impede your chase depending on how you approach your chase. Just because there are people out and about doing their business after they get off shift. And the city is dense as fuck. As I've mentioned before, there's probably close to 1 million people that live in the city, which is a shit ton. So, for a medieval kind of sense. So, Strike and Birdman, with your perception checks, Strike is just holy shit. He just can't focus. There's just so much noise and so many people and so many smells. It's just too much.
Not to
But
mention the
Birdman,
bloodlust right now.
Bloodlust as well. Well, it would have faded by this point. Your feral rage at least would have faded.
Oh, I'm not talking about that.
Okay, yeah. But Birdman, you see in a movement as you come into that square, from this square rising above this crowd to being about 20 to 30 feet off the ground, you're pretty sure you see the silhouette of Altapar around that building. You have the equivalent of 3/4 cover against him, but you can see part of him from the current square you're in with your vision and everything. From where you're currently at. Strike has no idea at this current moment what's going on. So seeing that, I would like, since one of you got a connect sight with him, I guess I should say. I would like you two to roll initiative against Altapard to see if you guys can react before he moves out of that square.
Fuck you, Altobar.
Oh fucking shit.
I believe we.
Okay.
I believe.
So,
Well.
well, that happened. All right. Well, strike. All right. Depending on how you describe that you're moving, will determine whether or not you're affected by crowd interruption stuff, and also, I'm going to be keeping track of how many times you dash, and in this chase to determine when you get exhausted and have to take a breather as you're just running that much. So if it gets to that point, he is flying. You guys do know that. Birdman knows that for sure by this point. So you guys are at a distinct disadvantage, even with your speed that you have, just because there's going to be difficult terrain because of the crowds. So.
Actually, Zeth. I'd like.
I know you are you. Okay.
Actually, it says the group's travel, not just mine.
Well, isn't it
So
only
strike
during
holds on
downtime
to my-
travel?
Is it? I don't know. It just says difficult terrain doesn't slow your group's travel.
Let me see.
Hell yeah, buddy!
For
Let me
me, I mean, I'm not worried about me.
This
But a strike
is
holds onto my
Natural
head.
Explorer.
Yes.
Birdman is just letting off like signaling, like "Caw! Go left, Caw! Go right, Caw! Avoid that baby, avoid that baby."
You just pin yourself to me.
Child,
Baby,
child,
baby. Fuck yeah.
couple, orgy, stabbing.
Steals that baby like he stole a kebab.
Damn it, Birdman! What have we told you? Stop stealing babies.
No.
No.
That's the true origin story for all of Strike's kids.
They're all stoned. Holy
It's like
fuck.
stealing a baby from candy.
It's like I did not steal the candy, I stole the baby. The physical ass baby.
With the candy.
I
Okay,
thought you could
travel and movement are not the same thing.
use this. Okay, that's fine. That is fine by me. That is like the best way that you could explain that to me.
Okay, so travel is like downtime movement.
Okay, so like if we were traveling through like a mountain, or
Like that's why
something,
you guys can move through the city so quickly
so
here and
quickly
there.
in the first place. Yeah, okay.
Is
I
because
got you.
you know the little nooks and crannies. Movement during combat and difficult terrain is different.
Okay, cool, great.
Okay, but I
Good
will still
clarification.
say that you will get modifiers because that makes sense naturally for this thing. So,
Right.
Birdman and Strike will say if because of it depends on if you're following Birdman. We're gonna make it like a little more strict when we're in movement, I guess. So if Strike follows the squares that Birdman goes in, Birdman and Strike, but Birdman himself, we'll say every other square is difficult terrain. So what do I mean here? So that means like in the square you're currently at, first 5 feet, no difficult terrain, then difficult terrain. So that's 5, 15, 20, 25 kind of
Nice.
thing. So you'll be able to, and if Strike follows you, then he'll be able to like kind of maneuver around this thing. Did you just
Very
delete
nice.
yourself, Strike?
Yeah,
I
the other
see.
strike. I was all the way down there. I'm supposed to be up here. I was all the way confused.
Oh, okay.
I mean, I see Strike on the thingy.
Oh, why don't I see Strike? I had to add. Oh, World 1220, you're being stupid.
Roll20 is being stupid. It do be doing that sometimes though.
I only see the Strike I just added, so I don't know what it's doing.
Oh,
You had a 20, 22?
22.
Okay.
22.
All right, so Strike, what do you do?
Well, I'm sticking to Birdman and prepare to jump and claw at the wizard bastard wherever he pops up.
Okay, so you're ready in action to attack, or do you ready in action to move?
Let's say to attack.
Okay. So, all right. Since you're both kind of together, you can kind of move on Birdman's turn, but you can't act on Birdman's turn. we'll kind of say, as long as you're following him in that way until you kind of break that pattern. So Birdman kind of give him the direction to follow, I guess, and then I think
Right.
that was just you.
Yeah, that was
doing
me.
the-
So we're like, so like 5, because it's like slow, right? So it's like 5, 10, 15, 20.
yeah.
And then here we're like in the street, so this would be 25. And then I have 30 movement, so it's right here.
You would
I guess.
still have 30 seconds of your Zephyr thing.
Oh shit, I'm fast as fuck then.
Keep moving. Go for 50 feet.
Oh great. So then 35 40, and then now I'm not in difficult terrain, right? Because this is all street.
Yep.
So then I end up here.
Okay. I'm gonna say at initiative. I'm gonna add one of these big ass ones to initiative.
And
And
is
give
he
him a
fly? He's like
10.
flying, right?
Mhm. Yeah.
So I see him. He's flying, and and he's like 30 feet up. So I'm wondering if I can.
When
even-
Strike comes around the corner there, he will see him just because he's right behind you.
Right. I'm
Um,
wondering if so he's 25 feet there and 30 feet up. So that's
there's no hypotenuse in 5th edition, so you go with the higher number.
so he's
so
just 30 up.
he's
Oh
he's
fuck
30
yeah.
up.
Okay, I'm gonna throw a knife at him.
I'm gonna use my ready action for javelin.
Yeah, so I'll just throw a knife at him. Let me see. And this will be +2 because it will be ranged.
Okay,
I
15
can I
just hits.
Can I use my 1 inspiration point that I'm gonna get at the beginning of the session to get
Yeah.
advantage?
Yeah.
Nice. Okay, so it's a 12 instead. But that'll still miss.
That'll miss because of his mage armor. So
Fuck.
so the 9 hits. He will roll a concentration for the javelin. Let's get an inspiration point. I'm gonna re-roll.
No.
Alright, and then we'll say because I had to re-roll, he falls a few feet at least from that because he did get hit by the javelin. Javelin. It doesn't hit anyone else in the head. That's good. It may have cut someone along the shoulder, but it didn't kill anyone.
well.
Dagger.
The dagger's probably a different story.
The dagger's fine.
Oh.
Guys,
I'm just looking for below a 50%.
we're trying to kill a member of the 10th house, not kill random civilians.
Random civilians.
They
He might.
he chose this, so
I mean, if he throws a fireball at you, though.
yeah, he's fucked. We can hit it. We can keep throwing shit at him over and over. He can't throw a fireball. It's a war crime.
Alright.
Fireballs are outlawed.
Trust me, I know. I'm a professional. I'm throwing fireballs and killing multiple things. I did it for like 6 years.
Fucking fireballs are war
I
crime.
did it for so long.
Okay, he's going to. He misty steps 30 feet up,
You son of a bitch.
and he is going to.
Can't wait for Alec to make a guest appearance then.
Fucking Jace Bellerin shit. Like, hey, how's it going? Tiger said he's fucked up.
So I'm from the Dragon Rider Academy, trying to establish relations, and we hear you have a Trask.
Okay.
Oh no.
We would like some DNA to make a Tortoise dragon.
Where did he go? Fuck.
As a deranged psychopathic wizard myself,
And the crowd fucking scatters.
How nice of them. They're making room for us.
Yeah, very nice. Thank you guys. Appreciate that.
As the
Rough
deranged psychopathic wizard, I would like to acquire some Jurassic samples. Don't mind the scales; it's fine.
You'll be fine. Okay. Strike and Birdman.
Half dragon, quarter human, quarter Jurassic.
Don't mind
He
Fire.
poofed up higher into the sky, and then you saw him fly further south.
Fucker.
He flew out. He's in your vision, technically. He's just
I'm
down
gonna
there.
get
He's in Strike's vision, I'm pretty sure.
I'm gonna get you.
Birdman's
No,
got a
you both
small
can
boat.
technically see him. He's a decent ways away. He's right there. But he's
Well,
50 feet up.
I'm preparing to dash and keep sticking to Birdman.
Sick.
Yep. Birdman, where'd he go?
The first thing I'd like to do is try to snipe him with my longbow. Let's see if he falls.
Please fall.
Please fall.
He is 85 feet away, so yeah, he's in normal range, definitely.
Come here,
And
bitch.
if it hits, I'm using my inspiration to give him disadvantage on his con save, so that way
Thank
you
you.
can't-
We had the same
I-
thought.
And since I'm still affected by Zephyr Strike, I think I can give myself advantage on this roll.
you
without
haven't
you.
used it, yeah.
That's true. So I'm gonna do it. Oh, baby.
Okay. 24 definitely hits.
All right, and he is not full HP, right? I just want to make sure.
No.
He is not. No, you just
Okay,
you strike hit him once.
And this was with advantage, so it was a sneak attack.
Hell yeah!
Hell yeah!
All right, so yeah, Colossus, all sorts of stuff. Okay.
Oh my god!
Uh,
It's still 10 though.
And he has
Yeah, it's 10.
disadvantage, so
but he has disadvantage. Okay.
Oh, you son of a bitch!
Just gets it. Just
Go
gets it.
down!
Meta attack?
Get down from there. I do get another attack.
I'm
do
using
get
my
it.
inspiration to impose disadvantage on this one too.
Oh,
If it hits.
baby. Well, I don't have
Okay.
advantage on this one, but we'll see. Oh, wait, that does an extra D8. Actually, hold on. Wait a minute. Wait, Zephyr Strike makes it do more damage.
It does, doesn't it?
Yeah.
So technically, that would increase the DC.
Hang on, let me post it. Hang on. So it's an extra D8. Hold on.
That would increase the DC,
This-
meaning he does fail.
This could change
Yes!
things.
It has to be at least a 2, though. It has to be at
has
least
to be
a
at
2.
least a 2. Yeah.
Roll that d8.
Eh.
It is!
Oh!
Holy shit! We did it!
We've
Okay.
done it!
Killed the wizard! No more dungeon fires!
I don't know if we
All right.
killed him.
He is. I put that there. Yes, I did. Okay.
Can I catch him though? I don't know.
Okay. Lucy, Brandon, and Greed get an inspiration point. He's gonna spend 3 to get a nat 20
Son of a
on an
bitch.
acrobatics check to reduce the fall damage by half.
Nice.
So he's getting 5d6.
Oh,
So that's 9 instead of 18.
damn, that's pretty good though.
And he lands on his feet somehow.
This guy's nuts.
Remember, though, I prepared an action to dash so I can get them.
Yeah, that's true. We are
Okay.
gonna catch him. I still run 60 feet, but I have to run through a crowd. Well, actually, wait, no, I don't. Oh, you said you because there's blood here. Fuck. So it's
85 feet it was?
It's 60 feet only for me. That's my regular movement though. So, and I attacked twice, so I can't use my action to dash at him.
No. Okay. Strike.
So I'm there. Yep.
Okay. Gets to him. All right. All right. 5, 15, 25, 30. Guy runs out of the alleyway
Holy
in
shit.
through the crowd behind Birdman and
Oh,
draws a mace and a dagger.
oh fuck.
Goes to Birdman. Need
Ow.
a concentration twice for your Zephyr.
Ow, fuck. Okay. It's 10 each, right?
Yeah, 10 each.
Okay. Concentration. Okay,
Alright.
well, that answers that question. Alright. And I take 15 damage? Oh my fucking god. That hurts.
Damn, I rolled really well.
Yeah, fucking hurt, man.
Okay. Altapar.
24. Oh, fuck.
Uh,
Ow. I'm fucking hurting. You better pick his ass up. Just dip.
yeah, blink. Turns invisible.
Oh.
And he is going to.
But is he bleeding by now? He took a lot of damage.
Ooh.
Alright, Strike, you can get an opportunity attack at disadvantage.
Making this reckless. No, wait, I can't do this. I can only do it on
Nope.
my turn, right?
Yep, we only can do reckless on your turn.
Oh,
Okay, he is
17 though.
going to use his reaction to ding,
Oh,
Bastard.
damn.
and then the crowds. Oh, okay. The one in between Birdman and Strike. I'm gonna roll. Okay. They move this way. Move this way. They come this way. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30.
Please no. Oh, yes.
Dash 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. So Birdman, you can use an opportunity to attack the one that runs past you if you want.
Yeah, sure. I will do that.
As he goes to engage with Strike.
His
And
last mistake.
that definitely hits. Definitely hits.
I think that's just
Just the
7.
7. Yeah.
Yeah.
And now he's injured.
Yeah.
Okay. So Strike. What do you do?
Yeah, let me just get rid of this little guy here. Striker was fucking Super Saiyan and flails and claws.
Please kill him.
Kill this man.
Oh, wait, rage. 6 additional damage.
Oh, damn. Jesus Christ.
However, into the flat side of things. Knock him unconscious, not kill him here out on the street. That's probably smarter. If I can.
Nope, can't do that. If you knock him down, then you knock him down.
Yep.
Oh, fuck it.
You can spend an action to stabilize him,
Yes.
but you know with what you've just done to him, he's bleeding out. Definitely. So I'll keep him on initiative just to see if he dies, because it's fun for me. It really is most of that. Okay, so that's your action.
Action,
Bonus
bonus
action.
action, and then I. Where do I sniff that bastard? Where'd he go?
Okay. It's a normal roll because the crowd that's in front of you gives you disadvantage, cancels out to normal because of your advantage from melon smell. You got 25.
Holy
Okay.
shit.
You know he's in the middle of these 3 crowds somewhere.
Guess I'm gonna go here.
Oh, no.
Yeah, probably end here for now.
Okay.
He casts gravity field.
It's also a war crime.
Yeah.
Birdman. What do you
Let
do?
him go. I'm going to use a bonus action to cast Zephyr Strike again, so that I can run away from this guy.
All right.
Nyom.
You turn literally into the wind, so he can't.
Yeah.
He attacks, but you're just not there anymore. You know.
And I will run this way through the crowd into Strike. I imagine I get about here,
Okay.
and then you can see I'm all fucked up. So I'm like, gotta go, gotta go. He's like, we'll catch him later. Like he gives him like the look of like, we'll catch him later. Come on, let's get the fuck out of here. Like, we already killed the dude. There's already like a big ass crowd of people. Like he he's just as fucked up as we are. It's fine. We can leave.
You can go. I'm going to keep giving chase.
He just like looks at you grunting. You better come with me, you son of a bitch. And then he like runs this way. No. Yeah, and then he runs an extra like 15 feet.
Strike one, kill.
You hear in common this guy behind you. No, Stefan, no, fuck. And the guy dies, bleeds out in front of him. You can see he's
Good.
trying to do something. He rolled a medicine check, but he probably made it worse. But he was already his stomach was already disemboweled. So,
Give him advantage. Use an inspiration.
it's passed. I already
Oh,
determined
he's
what
fucking
happened.
that dude's
He's
dead
done.
as hell.
He's dead.
Yeah.
I'm gonna be more strict about that. You can't if I've already declared what happened. It's what's happened.
Yeah, I was gonna try, but I was like, but he's saying it already. Fuck it.
Yeah. So this strike lose 1 sanity. And this guy, that's his action. He moved to there. That's his turn. Altapar's turn. You guys don't know where he's at exactly right now, and now it's gonna get even harder to find him. So, okay, all right. Let's see what strike does. Determine whether or not we go to another map. The crowds. This crowd, they all push this way, away from the guy screaming, away from strike. These people go this way as well. These people go this way. Those people are going this way. These people go here. Okay. The guy here, yeah, he died. So strike, what do you do?
What do I do? Go after the mirror wizard or engage operation protect Birdman? Strike will probably just sigh and give it up for now. Follow the Birdman.
Let's get the fuck out of here before cops show up. That dude's dead. We're not in Jim's jurisdiction anymore.
The wizard did it.
Okay, where do you guys go?
I guess we run back to. I don't know if we had a plan where we were gonna meet. Like probably back to the apartment, I imagine, right? Because that's where everybody's at.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
that makes sense.
So really,
I try to
with
keep
the
that shit stealthy,
timing,
though.
yeah, with the timing of this, you guys are getting back at the start of Terry leaving the conversation from earlier, really, with kind of the timing of this.
They're
So,
gonna pop up
you guys, and so Terry's leaving, and then the other guys are leaving as you guys are kind of walking back up, and Cotton and Eros are having that, like you guys kind of witness that most of that, don't hear all of it, but witness the body language at least of Eros, putting her hand to Cotton's fluffy cheek and asking if they're all right before they, Eros probably is aware you two are there just because her passive perception's ridiculous, but no, doesn't pay any mind. And Jim is going to the body to start to account for the 2 bodies and start to figure out who they are and all those things and where they need to be taken to if they're not going to get charges pressed upon them, so to speak. So now that the party is back together, you guys take a moment to kind of roleplay amongst yourselves as I write a couple notes down for the chase scene.
Hey guys, give me a second. I need to talk to somebody.
And this will be the moment where Eros does her sending spell.
Does sending have to be spoken aloud?
I
No,
don't think so. No, I think it is a mental.
Is it a vocal? Well, I don't know. Is there a vocal component?
Allow me to check. There is, vocal, semantics, and material.
Okay, so there's maybe the words don't have to be said aloud, but like the thing to cast it, there's words you say to say it aloud. I mean, words to say to cast it, I guess I should say.
Is it like the image of someone saying, sorry, I have to just talk to someone real quick, and then just standing there and staring from the distance? It's very funny.
That works.
It's like the other day when I came into the workroom and there was a guy that had his earbud phone Bluetooth in, and I was totally thought he was talking to me for the first 30 seconds. And I was like,
Oh,
no.
yeah, and then you
I hate it when
Oh,
that
he's on the
happens.
phone.
I just assume no one's talking to me, and just
Yeah.
wait for them to actually acknowledge my existence.
Yeah, but that's how I get yelled at.
Yeah, well, they can go fuck themselves. It's just say my name.
That's true.
Worst part is when you got your headphones on and somebody tries to talk to you and you have to restrain yourself not to fucking strangle them.
I mean,
True.
Listen, bitch.
whenever. It doesn't matter. Oh,
I got stabbed.
so I'd imagine that Strike is like still bloody, maybe, and so is Birdman.
His hands are especially bloody now. The rest of him probably is a little more dried out from the first combat. That one was straight up just disembowelment. So, and it's only been a few moments afterwards, so I guess Strike could have wiped it off on something, but his fur is definitely dingy with red.
So Cotton kind of, I guess, gives Eris some space, turns around, and just sees this potentially like bloody, like,
Very
and
bloody.
is very taken aback. It's like, what is going on? Are you okay?
We got ambushed.
No.
Exactly. Had to take care of a guy.
You had to take care of a guy, and you look like you tore a guy to shreds.
Yeah, that's pretty much what happened.
Do we have to
Unfortunately, the wizard bastard got away.
clean it up for you, or is it taken care of, or do I have to just, make sure that?
No complaints if you want to get rid of it before Trust.
No.
Birdman, what are you trying to tell me?
Birdman is like, you see him sitting up against, he's probably sitting up against like the house right here, like eating berries and like crushing them and like crushing some sort of salve and like putting it on his head and where he got stabbed.
So I'm guessing he got away.
Unfortunately.
You see Jim not really give no care or mind to your conversation, has grabbed the unconscious but alive guy and gives. You see Terry exchange some gold to Jim, and Terry takes the other body.
Oh shit.
Soup?
Soup? No.
Soup.
And then Terry struggles for a while, going square by square, dragging a body back to his house.
Terry,
Christ.
what the hell are you doing?
Soup.
Are you gonna use it?
Soup.
Then I should get my gold back. Otherwise, I'll use it.
Soup.
What are you gonna do?
We-
Sell the body parts in the black market or some shit?
The bones and the brain and some of the fluids and stuff, yeah, but I don't know. That's some good meat. Can't
That's
let it
some
go to
good
waste.
meat.
People are going to be friends in all over this shit in the next couple weeks with the blood festival and whatnot. So, stock up, drench it in some Tarrasque blood, sell it as some Tarrasque meat. You want to cut?
No.
Thank you.
I think I'll pass.
Okay.
That's some good meat. Birdman looks like, hey man.
He continues to struggle, but eventually we'll get it inside.
What is it? The body of the other like?
Yeah,
It's
the
the
one.
body of
man
the
he
one that
stabbed?
Strike ripped in half.
Oh yeah, so the other human. It's not
So
like
he's
a-
like
'cause he's
taking
still
half of the
alive.
body and then he leaves the other half he doesn't want. So he's taking like the upper torso that has most of the usable things. And then he'll probably come back in like an hour for like the lower half unless someone else grabs it.
I don't want to touch that. That's
Everything all right?
yeah, everything that's just I don't know. I'm not exactly sorry for him, but just I'm kind of getting upset that, people keep dying over the stupidest shit just because someone else has a grudge with us.
Ooh, Chick just dives in the window. Fresh meat!
Some
Yeah.
good meat.
Strike just responds, they get what's coming to them. They fuck with us. They die. Simple
Well,
as
that's
that.
not very comforting, How many people will die? Will have to die.
As many as it takes.
I mean, it's more of a matter of first with, Karajuia, he started shit and someone died for it. And then
Inspiration point for continuing the joke.
Oh, it will be continued.
he started shit and then someone died for it. And now Altapar started shit and someone died for it. And neither of the people that died even knew why. And then the same thing with the rats in the alleyway. They didn't know why. They just thought they were helping out their family. They didn't know the situation, and now one of them is scarred for life because of it.
I agree. It is fucked up. But what do you expect from the city? It's not
Perfect.
very empathetic. Maybe they don't give a crap about people's life here. It's worthless.
Exactly. And what am I supposed to do when they attack us? Huh?
I'm
Well,
not
you could not tear them to shreds for once, but I guess that's hard for you.
I'm not saying that you're in the wrong, Strike. I just wish I was faster. I wish I could have said something first. That's all.
And how do you think that would have played out?
Well, the Patori, one of them, when you ran off, just aimed his bow at me, and that's it. But he asked me for reassurance. He was hesitant.
And that one was smarter than most. In most other scenarios, I don't need to tell you that you've experienced it firsthand. It's strike first, ask questions later.
I don't know. I mean, I think that maybe you should try not to kill everything that stands in your way.
I'm not killing everything that stands in my way.
Birdman
mean,
walks up to
maybe-
that half of a
Everything
body,
that
says,
attacks
touch that.
us. There is a difference.
I'm okay. I don't.
And as Eros kind of puts her hands between the two,
I'm not saying anyone's in the wrong here, at all. I'm saying for myself that I wish I was faster to stop them from trying to attack us.
Yes.
Okay, that's it. Strike. If you think you need to protect, then do so. I'm not saying you shouldn't. I personally just wish I could have done more.
I suppose I can see where you're coming from.
Yes. But
Fair.
Eris, regardless of that, maybe I don't want Strike to kill for me. I'm grateful for your protection, Strike, but sometimes it's just a lot to handle. But it is what it is.
Touch that. Or Birdman's holding the other half of the body.
And Strike would say, I will keep that in mind next time. I'll try to not be so overeager.
That would be
Oh.
very great, honestly.
Oh, what are you doing here?
noticing Telearia walking up.
Yeah,
Being
what are you doing here?
listening to the tail end of your conversation, obviously.
Touch that.
Is that a man's leg?
Yes.
Legs. Yes.
Ah. I assume She shakes her head. To answer your question, I am wanting to check in. The sun was going down. I found an easy opening on the north gate to come back in today. Seen what information you all said you needed a few days to try to gain some contacts.
Altapar's a dick.
Yes, he is.
He's just a dick.
And then she
All the
looks
time.
around. She's looking around at the fire, and you guys a little bit singed here and there, and how tired Birdman looks. Strike really not.
Yeah, Birdman had to eat fucking 10 berries, dude, to like look better.
and then even Eros looks a little tired, just looking at you three, and like, and Bud Strike covered in dried blood.
We're fine.
I assume this is for Master Altapar. What happened?
He knows. That's what happened. Look, let's
And
He didn't
let's
listen.
go inside. Let's not be out here.
she nods and follows you guys in.
Birdman just stands there as everybody passes him with the legs in his hand, like, that's some good meat. The bones and the brains and the bowels. Anybody want to cut? No.
Get an inspiration point. Brandon, get an inspiration point. I love it. Oh, Birdman.
Everybody
repeating.
just fucking awkwardly walks past him, and he just, damn it, fuck. Just like walks over and throws it in a bush or something.
You walk, skitter, and crawl in the so many terms, I guess, up the steps to your apartment. After a long day of just dealing with the city, you guys are hungry and tired, and Telearia takes the furthest most seat on the table and obviously sits eagerly to hear the story of whatever Altapar has been up to.
I sit in my favorite place in the whole house.
The window.
Strike just leaning against the wall. Distance him.
Leaning against the wall. I feel like I should make an actual skill for this, but do that later. Whatever. I cook while I speak.
So,
Every time Eros pulls a bit of food out of it's just there's a knife.
Taking a little
Knife,
bit
like,
of it.
Take a little piece of it. Nice. It's like when mom puts the cookies out and like, or puts the cookie dough out and you just see a spoon. Like, it's like, and I mean, it's everything. Like, if she makes a sauce, it's like finger in the sauce. It's like fucking everything.
Why don't you guys give yourselves a short rest while you have this conversation?
Short rest.
Yeah.
Which, Cotton, I don't think that'll affect you at all right now.
Yeah.
But the rest of you can roll hit dice and get back
19.
any resources that you get back. And Eros, you can add Eros' Song of Rest as part of their cooking. We can flavor it that way,
Oh yeah, I do have that.
which I think is a D8 now.
To full.
I would have to look, but it's
Roll
at
a D.
least
I'll
one
get it.
D6.
At least a D6.
At least a D6. I don't know.
It just always applies. It's not really, as long as the bard's in the party, it's not really like an action. It's just part of your short rest too, which is cool of it.
Ooh.
But I'm looking it up right now.
I'm
It's
also
D8 and
checking.
9th level. I'm sorry. So I thought it was 5th level. That's at 9th level. So yeah, everyone gets an extra D6 from Eros.
Oh,
Is
baby.
cooking during the short
I'm
rest.
full HP now.
Nice.
Hell yeah.
so
Okay.
the story goes, once upon a time, there's a beautiful girl who never does anything wrong with her adorable companions, a giant mutant melon man and a bird man. And then this walking dick decides to come up and say that we fucked him over when he was being a piece of shit in the first place, wanting his wife to be killed. So we cut off his wife's ear made it look like she disappeared. She decides, nope, I'm gonna walk right back in. And he finds out. And so he wants to make certain that something like it doesn't happen again and decided to attack us. But he made multiple mistakes. One, thinking that he even could. Two, causing property damage to probably one of the most uptight landlords ever.
Finger guns.
And three, not actually putting into a binding contract for us to kill someone.
Finger guns again.
Accidental Eldritch Blast.
Telearia stuffs her face with another bite, wipes a napkin on her lips. This guy's impatient as fuck. We could use that to our advantage, I guess, but I'm only loosely familiar, as I think you all are. But Birdman, you say you're an attorney. Are there repercussions from what you have done here today? Like, I know Altapar is connected.
No.
That's good,
Here's-
I guess.
Here's the gist of it. So basically, Birdman signed a contract, but the contract only states that we are to help with his Altapar's divorce. Does-
Air quotes. Yeah.
It doesn't explicitly say anything about murder, and loopholes mean everything.
Loopholes mean everything.
So, we technically did help with the divorce in that she left.
Air quotes.
She left the city. But she ended up coming back, and that's not really on us because, well, it's not like we got a restraining order, is it?
Well, that's partially my fault, Telearia will say. I wasn't vigilant enough. Well, you can bring a horse to water, it doesn't mean they'll drink.
And this is one stubborn horse. But also, we weren't the first to attack. He ordered his men to strike first, and they indeed struck first. So it becomes self-defense. Not to mention, again, he caused property damage for a landlord. So nothing going to help him there either. As far as I'm concerned, everything is pretty much going against him. And he's also lost his best attorney.
Well,
He's only got himself to blame.
hopefully the cards play, as you say. The town, she attempts to change the subject, seems excited for the festival. Does this Altapar situation get us any closer to understanding his wife and where the 12th house, where she'll be, I guess.
Well, what we've found out so far is,
Ooh.
due to some information from the Binder Lord of the 11th House, Orcafor, we basically verified what should be happening. What you had pointed out to us with that map before, the localized point of them, the 12th house gathering blood, or more specifically magic. Orc4, an Archmage, basically confirmed that yes, you would need a very localized point to gather magic from the Tarrasque. So,
Conduit.
Well, are there any? Okay, I haven't known the 12th house to be. What's the word? Alchemy has never been their strong suit. So I think maybe they're in over their head. Maybe they don't quite understand that step.
Well, I can't really prove my suspicion, but I also work with the fifth house, the house of alchemists. And when I was talking to what's his name? Wrote it down.
I think.
Yes.
Something like that.
Federo. I was talking to Federo the other day, and I saw something in his lab. He didn't show me his lab, and there was something was moving in his lab while we were talking, and he didn't want me to see. He's currently working on, well, I guess, rejuvenation of cells, organic material. So I suspect that he might be involved in this, or at least happen to do research on revitalizing organic material at the moment, which is, of course, pretty convenient.
Didn't you say that he has ghouls that follow him at some times?
Yeah, he does.
Fools.
But I think he is an incredible alchemist. He would be able to. I think he would be able to generate new life, like the baby Taras we saw.
So Anton has allowed his students to become more wayward than he admits, is what I'm hearing. I've known Anton for generations, the leader of the fifth house. He has been relatively shielded over the last few decades. Not abnormal of his race, the gnome. But
Well, from
we
what little I've known about necromancy, it is a bit of an issue, so it does make some sense that there would be those who are trying to understand it, even through alchemical means.
Orcafor.
Yes.
For clerical reasons, this is Brandon to DM. We learned from Orcafor last week that Anton is his cousin or brother or
Yeah.
something. He's like
Yeah,
related to him.
They're cousins.
Yeah. So he says all of that in Orcafor's voice. My cousin Anton and his fifth house.
I'm aware
Oh,
of those situations. I always worried of Orcafor. I always suspected Anton was the more reasonable of the two, but he seems to. Nonetheless, you can see she, during this explanation, has made a decision about something. You're not sure what that decision is, but there is an obvious change in her demeanor as she now has a direction that she needs to build upon, figuratively and literally, to the next steps. She looks concerned about Orcafor and Anton and the idea of how far necromancy has become out of control within the city. So you can roll. I don't know how you would figure it out without you asking her a question. So you get the impression she's not giving you completely what she needs to do next. I'll give you that much.
Well, there's
What do you
also
go
Strike.
on?
Strike has knows someone who has been building a lot with in the Tailstones. So maybe he knows people that have seen some oddities around.
I've asked an old contact of mine to keep an eye open. When anything comes up, we'll know.
This makes Telearia smile, but it doesn't necessarily comfort her. It that idea of just having another pair of eyes isn't going to necessarily solve it. You know, she has that resolute, like, okay, cool, we have someone else we can use, you know, another tool, but she can see that doesn't affect her. She is getting slightly impatient, like she wants to leave, you know, like
Laria, what do you intend to do about this? If you want to share.
I have some contacts south of here I need to engage with that perhaps can aid us with the next steps.
What was
I
Hmm?
going in order for this to work. You have proven you four to be capable of seeing things from a larger picture and understanding that the city that this is, despite there being many people and hopefully many of them good, there are many taken in. I'm going to ask you to do something for me, and I will pay you if you need. I don't want to say these words, but I think it's come to this point, and I must go south, as I've just hinted to. I ask you to continue here. Altipar, you have mentioned. Federo, you have mentioned. Okafor, Anton, you have mentioned. These are names we know, and there are others we are learning, and you may know more names. This is hard for me to say. I don't wish to impress this on you. It is, I guess, somewhat political in nature, but such is my life. I need your help in obtaining the 13 words of power. I think it is time this city found a different ending than what this is leading to, and maybe if you and a couple of other our compatriots and my allies from the south can gain access to these words of power, we can stop this from
Whoa. Wait.
turning into a connection to the afterlife, the undeath that will raise from this. I
Wait.
will pay you.
No, you're asking us to essentially go up against all of the 13 lords.
This is madness.
Not all. Some of them I think we can sway. But I do think there's a time for movement, and that time is now to end this hell that has been created here. And I was hoping with these connections I've made with you and Lady Altipar, strike your strength, Cotton, your guile, Eros, your words, Birdman, your connection to the city. Like I've never this. I can't help but see this as an opportunity to use. I mean, no disrespect from saying it that way. I guess I. She gets rather stern, and she kind of pushes up the chair and stands out the chair and stands up a little bit, and she's like, "If you, as I said, I do not want to push this on you. So if you say no, say no. I still must head south, and the sooner I leave, the better."
Where I don't even know where to begin processing that. I mean, if you said, help put an end to the Tarask itself, sure, but if You should know the last time that any part of the Tarrasque woke up, it caused a lot of destruction just in the Tailstones alone. Using the 13 words to, what? Unleash the Tarrasque and just have it kill hundreds of thousands of
No.
people?
I'm saying we control the 13 words to find a way to end this instead of having the chaos that the 12th house is here. You can see her zealotry is taking over here a little bit. She's not completely thinking this through 100%.
Let's assume shit goes south and the Tarrasque does awaken fully. What do you propose we, or anyone for that matter, should do then?
Do what should have been done the first time and kill the beast. That's the only thing I want the 13 words for, is there has to be a way to end this and let it continue on into another life. Let this...
Ooh. This history check is to know exactly how the Tarrasque was taken down in the first place. Like what it took just to bring it down.
Like 4 parties of level 20 characters backed up by a few small armies of like CR 1/4 to 1/2 monsters, so to speak, characters, NPCs. And even then, it was something that took weeks of time. And it was eventually, as the story goes, a 13 warriors of these different connections, 13 of the level 20 people, more or less, they gained access through the Animaesus deities, access to words of power from the ancient language, the celestial ancient tongue that, if spoken in the right fashion, can literally, like the word of power spell, divine word, I think is the name of the spell, to like make people do things. So these 13 words were given to the warriors to mentally destabilize it, and then it gets fractured after then. But it happens, there's different tellings of an argument that happened between the 13 of what to do next after they brought it down, and then a couple of them seeing what could be gained and what couldn't be, and a couple arguing for the death of these things and all that. And then it eventually we kind of just fell into it rather quickly, as resources do. They had armies to feed, and they had no food, and they'd gone without food for a while, and the beast still hadn't rotted, and they weren't really sure if it was alive or dead at that point. And they eventually just start to carve into it. Someone got the idea, and they start to feed people, and then just kind of gets caught up in the moment of things after a while. And that's like the first like 20 years or so.
So Arrow's like thinking about this, is like rubbing her forehead, eyes wide, and is like, it took legendary people, it took gods to contain
this to contain the Trask in the first place. I don't know about any of you, but I don't think we're legendary figures.
Far from it.
Birdman looks at you like, excuse you.
Oh,
I'm the best.
I didn't know you could, take on gods. Now, Birdman.
Sure.
Brian,
shrugs.
Brian
No.
even interjects and says, Brian, you just got nearly stabbed to death by some random guy. Shut up.
I shrug
And-
again. It's all up to interpretation, man.
You are correct. And the few that are in this city that could be called legendary are corrupt and cruel. So, this is why I must head south.
Look,
You keep an eye out for Lady Angeles and keep her safe. I must do this
No.
to ensure there is something of my people's ancient lands left. And my brethren ask for the same thing. The answer is not in this city. That is what I've learned this week. And Angeles doesn't see that yet. So you must help her understand that she's not going to solve the city within the city, as unfortunate as that is. She smiles.
You want us to
None.
be glorified babysitters.
Take or leave. You don't have to. It's only if loyalty and friendship beg you to, I guess.
I guess I've already got 5 kids to take care of. What's one more?
Yeah.
Eros is just leaning on the
Speaking of which, here's this
stove.
baby that I stole from the crowd.
Here you go, Shrike.
Out of the cloak, yeah. Wah!
It's a bird. It's a
What?
bird person too. Like it's another Kenku somehow.
Oh, fuck.
Eris is just leaning on the stove and is just silent. Like she's like leaning over it, not like with her back to it.
This is very. This is kind of overwhelming, but what's one overwhelmed cat against the fate of the world, I guess, of the city? So I will help strike with the kid and help you and do what I can to stop this madness.
And she nods and starts to grab her things and gives you all brief embraces to say goodbye. And then she heads to the door to leave the city once more.
You have to come back eventually.
Eventually, I will, with new heroes for us all.
Try not to get yourself killed.
Roll an insight check based upon how she says new heroes. I think that makes sense.
Mm.
Oh, God.
An accident.
Okay. Well, Strike, you know she's very unsure if these people are going to be heroes at all. But she obviously doesn't know what else to do by this point. So she leaves and
I don't know if I could actually go along with that.
I understand. But maybe, I mean, I don't know. I
Eros,
just want to help.
Eris leans against the wall, looking up at the ceiling. We got a job to investigate a warehouse. And we found a dead baby Tarrasque buried away, carved to pieces. And now we're being asked to end a 300-year-old city.
It's insane. I don't even think we can do anything really, but I guess I could, like, we could try at least.
What should we try?
I have no idea. Honestly, I have no idea. I don't even. I mean, I guess I kind of grasp why we should help her. I'm also interested in, well, the reward, but still, I don't know. I don't know. She's pacing on all fours.
I mean, if we, let's say we do it. Let's say we manage it. We somehow overcome all 13 houses, gain the words of power, and figure out how to kill the Tarrasque once and for all. Then what? Then what happens to the city? What happens to
I
everyone
guess
here?
we. I maybe they can still live here without the Tarrasque. No, probably not.
The Tarrasque is
Everyone gets 2 inspiration points for this roleplay.
Birdman says to Eros. He looks at Eros deep in Eros's eyes. Like, I mean, like, deep as fuck. He says, I won't bring myself to the level of this city. In her voice.
I know. I
And
just
he like gestures like, you said that.
I know. But I don't know how to help the people after that.
Regardless of what happens, many people will die, be it by being crushed to death by the Tarrasque itself, being executed by the 13 houses, or by starvation, as barely anything grows in these desolate lands.
I don't even
And what
know
does grow is poisonous usually.
I don't even know what's close enough to the city for everyone to evacuate to. All
What
that
about the elves? Are they close by? Would they help to evacuate all these people? I mean, how many people even how many people does the city harbor, I guess? Like, how many residents are we talking about even? I don't even know. Do you think
at least 1 million.
No.
maybe 1 million people could go hang out in the forest? I don't know.
Most
This is ridiculous. We can't evacuate 1 million people. I mean, I can smuggle some barrels on a ship, but I can't smuggle 1 million people.
Not alone, at least.
I could offer to.
Okay, what's closest to you all? I need to put this map eventually on the thing. I knew it, but there you go. What's closest to you all is actually east. Is the hills are where the Canis people live. More recently in times. or west, there's the Lapid or Rabbit folk. They would be more likely to have resources to assist with those things. Other than that, it's a decent travel north to dwarves, or even further south to more dwarves. And there's a couple other places in between there that's might have some access to things. The other thing just south of here is the lands of the Tortoise, but they are unlikely to help anyone from the City of the Beast, because the City of the Beast, the City of Salt, that is, they lost quite a bit of land because of what was claimed when the Trask was just killed. These used to be Testudine or Tortoise people lands, and that you guys are on. So, each of those are a decent distance away, though. It's like days. It's like, it's not an easy trek by any means to get to them, because of where the city is kind of located. Because city just built itself around where the Tarrasque fell. Like, it's not like they could move this giant fucking body. So,
I don't. People will die just from us evacuating them. I know
Hey,
I don't want to be brought down to the city standards. And I know I ignore a lot of the things that go on in the city. But that's just because I don't know what I could do to help. And I can't help everyone. And so I don't want to do this if we don't even have a plan for what comes afterwards.
we don't do this. People will die anyways. Who knows what these magicians, alchemists, whatever are up to? I mean, who creates baby Tarrasques with a good intention? Nobody does. These people will die anyways. Evacuating so many people is an incredible operation, and we don't have to do it alone. I'm sure if we somehow manage to, I guess, get the words of power, we will also find someone, a group of people that will help us evacuate the city. So we either do nothing and die, or we try to do something and maybe don't die. So I hate this, and I don't know what to do yet, but I'm confident that we will know what to do very soon.
And all of this because of a simple fucking warehouse investigation.
Well, all I wanted was just to, live life, have a bit of fun. Didn't think it would come down to dealing with conspiracy theories.
But here we are.
I don't think anybody expected to live like this, because I sure didn't. And I am not sure where this resolve comes from, but I just know that I know we have to try at least, because I mean we could, right? And if we don't, what does that make us?
I think that's more of a difficult question to answer. I mean, is it really cowardly if you really can't do anything about it?
It's not cowardly. It's like a self-fulfilled prophecy. self-fulfilling prophecy. We don't know if we really can do anything. Of course, we don't have a plan right now, but we could come up with a plan. If we look into our context, research, think. And maybe we could save a lot of lives and help people by doing that. Of course, we're not obligated to. We could just leave the city and move somewhere else, forget about the Tortoise, and not be involved with this, but I don't think I can do that anymore.
Only issue is the Tarrasque is known as a world-ending threat. If it ever awakens again, it's not just the city that will suffer.
I mean, I guess you could go really far away. You could run, but I don't know if I want that.
We'd basically be having to learn knowledge of the gods in order to deal with it.
Kill it.
Speaking of gods, I've got one inside me.
Damn,
He
that's
keeps saying
okay.
he keeps
No.
saying he keeps saying kill in Strike's voice. Kill.
Kill?
Yeah. He does like a stabbing motion.
If
It's a Rask.
Kill the Tortoise?
Nod.
Well,
if we were even going, let's say we try to kill the Tarrasque, we would need everyone to be an ally of us in the city.
yeah,
It
it sounds impossible, but
It took armies and people much stronger than us to take it down.
Sleeping.
I'm just gonna try and ask my god for guidance. You know, like a cleric does.
If the Tarrasque awakens. If.
Okay,
Yeah.
well,
But it's not.
we can find out. I don't even know if there is a way. Telearia said she's been looking into how to kill it for decades, longer than we've even been dealing with this situation. If
He has to come back. They have to come back eventually.
if we're gonna do this, we need more allies from each of the houses, not just the handful we have now. That means convincing even the 12th house to go against what they're trying to do.
yes.
This
Birdman shrugs.
let's
Best lawyer.
just save Angeles first.
No.
Well, what else can we do? Are we supposed to go up against the 12th house now and stop them from siphoning off magic and blood without them finding out about us?
Yeah.
How would we do that?
We could try gaining renown, get people on our side.
If we took out the house leader, would that do anything?
Well, if we took out the house leader, we'd potentially lose one of the words of power. Potentially. I mean,
We could force it out of him beforehand and then slit his throat or her throat. Their throat. I don't know.
if I could break into their mind, I could find it out. But the 12th house, it's nothing more than a facade. The leader's just a figurehead. We're talking about delving into the deepest of inner circles.
Angelise.
Something tells me Angelise doesn't even know who is in charge of the 12th house.
Yeah, we have some contact, like my good friend Hantelman, but yeah.
10th house?
Hmm?
10th house? Finder Lord.
Yes.
Well,
I don't know.
You
Well,
have 36 hours till the Blood Festival starts, and then it'll be much harder to find Lady Angeles with all the commotion. You can start calling in favors with your contacts, you guys know.
let's say then. Let's say we have 2 Binder Lord allies, the 10th house and the 13th house. So that only would leave us with 11 left to go.
Well, Birdman holds up an extra finger. He says, Orcafor.
I don't
3.
know if Orcafor. He was here since the city began. He knows exactly what happened. And I don't know. I didn't get the feeling that he has any intentions of letting it end anytime soon.
I say we can't trust him with anything.
can't.
And the 4th house is out the window with getting them as allies. Unless we somehow manage to take out their new leader. Whatever.
Well, I know some red.
Thurundle.
What's his name again?
Thurundle. And then he makes like that, like, fist in hand motion. Beat his ass.
Maybe. Get
Fuck
Shrek
the
in a
4th
1v1.
house.
There's so much to even
No.
think about with this.
Very overwhelming. Very overwhelming. Honestly, I don't know where to start, but
That's why I'm just saying, let's just stop Angelise from whatever she's doing first.
good. Let's do that then.
Stop, Angelise. No. Save Angelise.
Why?
No. Save Angelise. No. Stop, Angelise.
What?
What?
Make up your mind.
What's the alternative? Should we just let her go for her own devices?
Yes.
And your reasoning for this?
Fuck it.
Perfect.
So you just
I
want
have no more inspiration points to give.
so you just want to let her set off a powder keg.
Fuck it.
If we do that, then Telearia will trust us less.
No.
Really? You think
It's
that
partially my fault that she left. She didn't listen.
I'm upset at her too? I don't know if
Fuck
that's enough to say I'd want her to just let her get herself killed. So then, let's
You
say
all know
fuck it
she
then.
genuinely was doing good things before the 12th house kind of enraptured her. So, like, she is genuinely one of the few peoples of political power, sort of political power, I guess. Like, she could, before this all went down and the faking of her death, and maybe even after the fact, she could potentially be a binder lord, potentially like get a word of power from the right house if she worked her way up in the right fashion. She's very strongly connected with the 10th and the 12th and the I forget the other one off the top of my head, but
One small problem with that. She's a bloody moral.
she has no wisdom. She has no wisdom whatsoever.
No.
I made her with the lowest wisdom ever. She doesn't think very far in the future.
She didn't listen.
Let's
Poor
say,
perception too. She probably heard half of what you guys all said.
let's say,
Well, she definitely heard half of what we said because we cut her other ear off. Hey-oh. She can only hear half of what we said because she only has one ear.
let's say we go
I'm not
along
funny.
with fuck it. Let's say we do that. Then what are we doing in the meantime? Do we just also say fuck it to everything going on in the city and just enjoy the festival?
Find Angelise, enjoy the festival, fuck it.
Fuck it all. Where do you
Fuck
want
it
to
all.
go then?
Shrugs.
Cool.
At this point, we might as well just all leave the city and go back to living in the forest.
Not a worse idea.
No.
Which of the 5 kids comes in the room?
I want to say the drow girl. One of the drow
Who gets
girls.
fucking squawked at? Swear to God.
Which drow girl?
I'd say just one of them. I don't remember.
The smallest one.
I had
We'll
druid,
say
right?
it's usually the druid. Let's get a Dira in here.
Yeah, I like
the
the
one-
druid. The druid is like really.
She got a lot of FaceTime, so we're gonna get the one that's training to be a warrior person, the quietest of the group. She comes in the room, and you guys haven't heard her speak very often, other than Strike, and we're moving like very concerned in her voice.
What is it?
Nothing. I was just we saw you were home, and we were wondering if we were going to do any more training this evening. And you know she's really asking like, is everyone okay? Because you guys have been gone for a while. Like they're not dumb. You know, they obviously hiding out in the caves until one of you return, but now that they see lights on and the smoke coming from the oven for the last 30 minutes or so, she obviously came up to kind of check in on those things. Kind of volunteered herself. You can see the rest of them probably may not have known it yet, and she was kind of like first to see it, and then wanted to, I don't know, be the one to have that information to share.
No, we're not. We're not planning on moving at all. We're just discussing. We are discussing plans for the
Blood
future.
Festival.
Yeah, we are discussing the blood festival and just general
good.
things.
I'm excited. I wanted to have a chance to talk to some other drow and learn more about who me and Althea are. Where we come from, I guess, not who we are. I know. And she smiles, and when she smiles, she looks at Strike. She knows who she is. She knows what she wants. She spends a lot of time with Althea, but she does martial training. I'm leaning towards making her an Ancients Paladin, which is nature-y paladin. So.
Well, we're on the same train of thought there.
Her and her sisters are huge fucking nerds, aren't they?
Yeah.
Huge
Pretty much.
nerds.
Huge nerds. They're not like many of the drow in their behavior at all that you see in the city, which speaks to the strong morals, I guess, Strike has instilled in them in the last few years. Because they both come from a very nasty background.
Yeah, we're not. There's no plans to go anywhere at all. We're just trying to figure some things out at the moment. Things that you don't need to worry about at all.
Oh, okay. Well, Strike, should we get ready for bed?
Not quite yet. Have you done your training sessions today?
We did the morning and early afternoon. We were waiting for you the last little bit after all the commotion, and
A little something came up. I'll be with you guys shortly.
yeah. She smiles at Strike, and the smile continues to Eros. And then she gives a quick nod to Birdman and Cotton before she kind of goes to the door and heads back downstairs to the tunnels with the others. And by this point it's getting rather late in the evening, I would say. The sun's been down for a good hour plus. It's probably, I don't know, 7 p.m., 8 p.m. in the evening, I'm sorry. And you have discussed Telaria's true purpose. You're realizing she is a zealot in a way for her past and what it's connected her to. She's very wants to achieve something that is near impossible because of what it's done to her people and so many people over the centuries that she's been alive. So, what do you guys do with the rest of your evening, or do you just go to bed?
Go play with the kids.
Let's go to read the books.
Alchemy book.
The Alchemy books.
So, what are you trying to gain with the alchemy book?
I think she is trying. I mean, she was mainly just making conversation to find out what he's doing, to see if he's involved. If he could be involved with like a baby giraffe that they found. Of course, she's also interested in alchemy. So I guess she's trying to also understand the process a little better, and maybe to just evaluate how she like stands on the whole, I guess, necromancy issue. Just wants to understand it a little bit. So yeah, but I think the main part was just flattering him, or like distracting him, getting him to talk about it.
Okay. Roll me an intelligence check. Investigation makes sense. Nature makes sense. Or even history makes sense. And okay. You learned two things from the book. One, he would have the knowledge to do something like reanimate a Tarask. There's many notes in here that hint to his reanimation of humanoids that has been successful, and how in the last few years he unveiled, quote unquote, a couple specimens that are more or less completely sentient undead. Like they're not raving maniac zombie whatever that just want to eat you. Like they actually choose not to, and like they hang out in the 5th district. They're kind of people are still, this is odd for many reasons. So he has definitely capability, but there's no direct evidence to say, hey, he did this. But he would be a candidate, a suspect, so to speak, of someone that in the city. And then necromancy, he's approached it from a scientific medical perspective. Like he's doing Dr. Frankenstein shit instead of like using animate dead that a cleric or wizard has to like bring a person back to life, like magic. Like he's literally going into the body and stitching neurons and things and charging them and with different energy sources and using different liquids and fluids to compensate for the loss of whatever the body needs to stay alive. But it's 100% scientific perspective. Instead of the magic. And then I guess if you have a question on any of those things, that's like the two big things you learn from his book that he's teaching. And Les definitely gives you a basic purview into alchemy. Like if you wanted to start doing more research into alchemy over a time, you can gain proficiency and tools and stuff by investing time. That's what he strikes, investing time in wood carving.
Yes, I think it would make sense since she's also already like brewing poisons that she would be interested
Well,
in
then
that.
you could brew anti-poisons and even alchemist fires and
Yeah, that's cool.
different things other than just poison. You could healing potions. Like most healing potions in my world, are alchemy based. I don't usually. People can make them with magic, but it's easier actually to make them with certain herbs and even certain blood from certain creatures. Like I don't know, someone in my other game was like, they just killed a bunch of trolls. Trolls have regenerative properties. I was like, why couldn't you siphon troll blood to make healing potions? It makes sense to me. Like, but
Here's a question. The syringes that Horg used, would those have made their way into the city?
yes,
Yes,
catalysts are pretty common in the city, especially with the 5th house. The 5th house and the 4th house have quite a few, and then they're just kind of around. I don't know. You would also, as Lust and as Eros and as Birdman and even Strike, from people that are outside the city and from places further east on this continent. They're the catalysts are what brought your ancestors here, like their travel from Claude and Row to land here during the previous Animaesus campaign is kind of like responsible for a lot of why there are even humans here in the first place, and why there's such a strong trade route that brought the Melon and even the Elven people from east to west to the city where it is now, is those trade routes that were first established by the Catalysts when they came here. So they're out there. It's not, to me, I kind of just you have to find one. Technically Cotton knows one, like Federo is a catalyst. Squamata that we talked to in the first scene. And I don't know if you guys have met any others off the top of my head. I think I made the engineer one though. From the 13th house, Eros's connection. Let me double check. Yeah, Zoop is a catalyst as well. So you could go to Zoop and get those from them.
I was mainly just asking mostly because the idea of drug addictions, I think.
I've been thinking for a few weeks, I just haven't put it down on paper yet, of like a new condition called like addiction.
Oh, yeah.
Oh man, I just think of like arcane now when you say like syringe drug addiction.
Shimmer.
Yeah.
Like that. I don't know.
Oh.
I just haven't thought of like how
It's like they'll
exactly
be
were the
so
mechanics of it.
rampant and, like, the tail
That's
sounds
what
like
that's what the
terrible.
12th house is doing. They're making shimmer. Oh.
Yeah, I also was thinking of like doing a completely different one for drunk too, like because
Oh yeah.
there's not a clear definition of what drunk does in D&D, which is I guess okay, but I still wouldn't mind. You know, hey, you get an intoxicated condition.
Intoxicated indeed.
Intoxicated.
That's what you say when you're drunk. When you're
That is what you
intoxicated.
say. Actually, I'm not as drunk as you think I am. So
You
know.
I'm not intoxicated.
I'm not intoxicated at all.
Nah.
Like switch up random letters and words, even though I'm not drunk.
I say that all the time, and then people are like, "Oh yeah, you're not drunk?" I'm like, "No," and they're like, "Then what's in your bottle?" And I'll drink it. It'll be water. And I'm like, "You sons of bitches! They really got my ass." I thought I was drinking.
I'm not drunk. Can you tell the time?
I'm not as thick as you drunk I am.
I'm not thick. I'm think.
Okay. Well, do the rest. I will say you guys get a long rest.
Yeah, I was gonna say the only thing Birdman does is like flip himself in the window. So like I imagine he was like sitting at the windowsill with the window closed. He opens the window up and then crawls out and flips out, and so he has his legs dangling off the whatever floor we're on.
Before taking the rest, Bill, I would like to get started on both for the end. With my wood carver's tools. Basically improve and get higher on the way to proficiency, basically.
Okay. So you're making a practice bow.
Basically. And I'm using inspiration on it because I've got one spell.
I have an extra one, so you can use my extra one.
Yeah, same.
Oh shit. Well,
You have to use any extras on your next roll anyway. So.
Okay.
So.
Right. I have an idea then. Can I spend this time that I'm looking out the window contemplating a way to fuck Altapart over politically, like via courts, for all the shit that just occurred today? Like, what can I bring to the court to like get it like legitimized? So it's not just like, okay, you're suing him because he tried to kill you. I get it. Like, I mean, I could sue him for that, but that'd be like Altapart tries to kill a lot of people, so he probably could just get off really easy on that.
Altapart has many connections, so
that's why I want like if I can find something that's like legitimate, like that his connections that aren't my connections could just be like, well, he actually can't get around this one. It's kind of screwed.
Okay. I need to think on that one.
And I also have one last thing in mind. Shut up, phone.
No. Bad phone.
Okay.
I can't toss things on my bed because I don't want my dog getting to it. God damn it, that's normally what I would do.
Not the roaming child.
Okay. Well, roll. I think Roll an investigation check.
Oh god.
With your special doohickeys for Urban Explorer.
And what do
Oh,
I roll for the
sweet.
bow?
I
And then roll
don't
a
actually
bow.
know.
Yeah, roll a thingy. This one, since you've never made a bow before, I think this one needs to be intelligence or wisdom based. And then Birdman.
Yeah. I am actually not proficient in intelligence, so I do not get the extra added proficiency bonus. Yeah.
Sadness.
It is sad.
Uh,
That will have to be addressed in the future, though. Maybe I can work on that too.
Can I say
Okay.
But in the
survival?
meantime-
Because it helps you survive?
In the meantime, a 14 will work.
You wanna go gather wood?
Already got plenty of wood from the previous sessions, because I just gave it a bunch to practice for the course of the next sessions. I'm pretty sure.
Okay, it's still wisdom. You're not like trying to survive anything. You're just, trying to figure out how to craft a bow. You've never made a bow before.
So is it just a straight wisdom check?
Yes, wisdom. Okay, there you go. All right. You craft a equivalent of like a short bow as your first trial. Not anything too special, but definitely usable. You're pretty sure for someone. It takes you probably a couple hours to sit down to do. Probably like 3 or 4 hours. And that's probably most of the evening. For you all. The kids probably come in and watch you craft after their training, and some of them around you doing their different routines and whatnot. Althea, they'd say, is in the cave, like in meditation, trying to commune with fungus. So, um,
Oh my
is
god,
what the-
I should teach your druid how to commune with fungus. That'd be so funny. Next time I get a spell slot, that's what I'm using it for. I was gonna get freaking cure wounds, but next time I get a spell.
Why cure wounds when you could just talk to fungus, dude?
Yeah, dude, commune with nature, dude. That shit sounds dope.
Ask the fungus to heal you.
Funny.
Honestly, like if you could commune with like fungi or fungus, would be like logging into the like plant internet. So
yeah,
Dude, it'd be
definitely.
so sick. But could you imagine what would you even use commune with nature for in a city setting? Like, can I talk to trees still? But like,
There's a couple trees around, yeah.
yeah.
yeah, and you could
Can I talk to
them.
blood? Does that count? Like,
Um,
hello, blood. My name is Birdman. I'm back
Like,
again.
I think that would
to
fall under
me, a lot of it would be like water or like some of like the older stonework and stuff too in the city, like things that would have been standing here for a long time but
Talk
have
to the sleeping ass Rask. Like, hey, dude, how's your nap?
if you get close enough, sure, why not?
Hey, dude, how's your nap? Oh.
And
I'm in nothing but constant pain.
you just awoke a crazy monster. Okay, good luck, everyone.
Yeah.
Nice.
I'm hoping to wait until like later on in the campaign for that, but if you want to light the
Fuck it.
fire.
All it takes to awaken the Tarrasque is just commune with nature? Oh shit.
I'm just waking up from its
No.
unnatural sleep with a level 2 commune nature.
Let's keep Althea all the fucked away awake.
You get you override the
Awesome.
power of 13 gods with the level 2 spell.
Oh, dude, what if all 13 of those words are like, "Hey, dude, how was your nap? My name is Birdman."
Yes.
They never thought anyone would say those words.
Yeah,
In
in that order.
that exact. Who would
Oh my
ever-
Hey,
goodness.
dude, how was your nap?
Oh,
Birdie.
that is
Like,
ridiculous.
I am the Birdman. Attorney.
I almost want to
crime.
write something like that down. Like,
Oh my God.
That was
I
very
was
funny.
wondering.
Each individual word just makes a sentence, and then the sentence makes absolutely no fucking sense, but it's actually decoded to mean a whole different sentence.
Well,
when you
now
throw
my
the
brain
words
is
together.
like that. Like wants to be
Wild.
like the first. The scene when Birdman is in the room with the Trask, and whatever he says that he mimics is like the random words that like is what it's.
What the fuck?
And then it's just like, oh!
It's
I think at that point I would be deserved one Urkel.
Yeah.
Like, oops, did I do that? Did I do that 90 sessions ago when I brought this up that this was a possibility that could happen?
Oh my gosh!
I get a character Urkel and a Brandon Urkel. Hell yeah.
It's
It's a 2-for-1.
what's up, man? How's your nap? I am Birdman, attorney
What's
at
up?
crime.
Oh, that is 13 words, Paul.
Yes.
My goodness.
They never thought it would happen.
Oh.
Maybe.
The prophecy.
Oh god.
And everybody died except for me.
You know why?
You're best buddies with Tortoise.
Because I had
Yeah.
my tray table up
And
and
I
my
see
seat back
back
in
in the
full upright
upright
position. Hell yeah.
Well, on the next morning, unless someone wants to do something throughout the night.
I have one very quick thing.
Besides ponder, yeah.
While Birdman is pondering, in the windowsill, Eros would drape herself around him and say, "What would you think if we left the city and went back to the forest again?"
You just see Birdman's like, huh. This is a possibility. So it looks up like forest. Nice.
It would definitely get us away from all this again. But
No. City's fucking awesome.
we did come here to have fun because it sounded like a great time. I don't really want
Great
to
times. Steven. Great time. Cotton. Great time. City. Great time.
This city might be rotten,
I do crime.
but I think there's something good about it, in a way. I think that's what I want to do. Try to...
Crime?
No, not crime. Preserve the good that is
Reserve.
here.
Crime?
Say crime one more time and I hold your beak.
Crime?
I hold his beak.
I just want to make sure that we're all right. That's all. Good night.
He just blinks at you a couple times like, weak.
Now we can go to the next day.
You didn't let
Oh.
go of my beak.
Yes, I did.
is
I
the-
said goodbye.
It is the 15th day of the month of light, and it is each morning becomes more raucous and louder than the morning before as it nears the festival. Tomorrow morning, the festival begins bright and early at sunrise, and everyone is rushing to have those last minute preparations, rising early, shops opening early to accommodate for those eager to spend their coins. You have this day to kind of do as you see fit. I don't really have any scenes planned for this day in particular without you guys investigating things further. So what would you like to do this day to find Angeles and or work towards other goals?
I should probably try to make some money somewhere.
You owe me 50 gold.
That comes later, after I win.
That comes later after you beat the shit out of people.
Yep.
Oh, yeah.
That's the down payment.
But you are severely low on money. Every time you opened your wallet last session, like 2 moths came out and like multiplied.
Yep. Eventually it was 4 and then 8. How do you get in
Yeah.
there?
It's just like doves coming out of a church. It's like,
The end of the campaign, he has like 1,000 moths. He has the
oh
wallet
my
of
god,
moths.
you're still poor at the end of the campaign. Oh no, it's when you open your wallet to put money in it for the first time is when all the moths come out.
That's when I become a Gestalt character and become also a Swarm Keeper.
You just gain a legendary magic item, wallet of moths.
Yes!
You become Shino Abarame.
Yes.
Just permanent Cloak of Flies, but it's Cloak of Moths.
Cloak of moths.
That
Yeah.
is sick. They can't eat your clothes if they are the clothes.
I think Eros today wants to wants to talk to Shallow Butter.
Oh my god. Now?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, how does Strike want to make money?
Probably go ask Anric for a job. Yeah, he could do.
Okay. Eros is gonna go see Shallow Butter. That name is ridiculous and I love it all at the same time. Okay. Birdman. What do you want to do this day?
I think for the next, I want to say like couple coming of days, I'm just gonna walk around the city, and see if I can just find her. She's got to be somewhere. Like I have 3. You said 36 hours. I have 3 days to find her.
That's
So,
that's a day and a half.
Is that no? Is that okay?
Well,
So I have a
now
day
that
and a
you
half of
guys,
looking.
36 hours was before you guys slept. Now that you slept,
Right.
you have about
like
24 hours.
24. Okay, so I have like a day. I have like a whole day to just browse the city and like find her. Like, I could do it pretty fast, but it's about
Okay.
whether I can find her or not. And maybe I just find her like visiting every shop, like just looking. You know what I mean?
You're
Browsing.
at a ramen shop eating.
Yeah, eating, like just everywhere I go. Like, where is she here? No, okay, I'm only gonna be here for like 5 minutes. Like, just like I mean, I can just be stealth and just not even be noticed.
How many hours do you devote to this?
I guess as many as it takes to find her, because we need to find her.
Okay.
It's yeah.
Let me see.
I mean, I obviously like stop to eat and stuff. Like, I'm not like doing this like probably stealing people's food along the way.
Okay,
Eating.
roll me a survival check.
Oh, sweet. I imagine this includes Natural Explorer.
You're using your knowledge of the city to your advantage. Makes sense.
I like how one session Birdman is like,
Oh,
you have to use
fine.
advantage because you have your inspiration.
Yeah, I want to. So, okay.
I like how one session though it was like Birdman was like, I don't steal food. Now, well, I kind of do steal food.
I do steal food. I steal food all the time. I guess now. I mean, because like now we've made it where he's like hungry all the time, right? It's like he's like eating food like casually. So let's roll it again. So that's a 28.
Ow.
Holy shit.
That's
It's a
a
lot
good roll.
better. It's a lot better than the 11 it would have been.
Damn near the best roll you could have had.
Yeah, pretty much. One off the best roll I could have had.
And that's exactly what you needed to find her. Whoops.
Nice.
You needed a 29.
You needed a 30. You failed. Stupid. Idiot.
Should have asked Arrows for inspiration.
Interesting.
Fuck.
I imagine you use some of your contacts also to aid in this in some ways.
Yes. I have that
Um,
necromancer guy. I can learn a lot of shit about that too.
So the ninth house having a strong necromancer family that I forget his name.
I think his name
Phineas
was
Shadow
Phineas
Blossom.
something.
Phineas
Shadow
Yeah.
Blossom.
Phineas Shadow Blossom. That's
Shadow
supposed to be
Blossom,
the
his
name of
family
hospital.
seems very devoted to necromancy. Devoted to their own kind of gain, I guess, from the festival.
Also, does the ninth house have families for all the things of magic? To be that guy.
Not all the things of magic, no, but
Because
there
they're
are
sorcerers, right? So their bloodline's like pure as fuck.
there are different families have different basically subclasses sort of I focused
Yeah.
on, but it doesn't
Oh,
represent
okay.
all of them.
Sick.
Dude, a necromantic sorcerer subclass would be so cool.
He's so sick.
It's a UA thing that I found, but it's an NPC version of it too, so it's not even like the same idea, but nonetheless, it's not like you he will say found or dealt with her earlier in the morning. You get in contact with him later in the afternoon, and he there was quite a bit of commotion in the ninth house. I would say that maybe drew your attention to go over there, and then he is outside kind of watching what's going on. So you go to kind of talk with him, and he she met with their binder lord, and the binder lord tried to capture her, and she escaped. There was a fight that kind of broke out, and an explosion that happened in the process of this escape, supposedly. So they are using, now that they've seen her, they're using divination magic to hopefully try to figure out where she is. But it's one of those things that, spell slots and whatnot, and some of them being sorcerers, they don't always know scry because they're sorcerers. So they deal with issues of trying to figure out that information quickly, but that's their initial plan that he kind of informs you of. So she, as best as Phineas understands, she was trying to get the ninth house to, turn on the 12th house, which
I
is
see.
probably didn't go in her favor for obvious
Probably
reasons.
not gonna happen. Yeah.
So
Great, so that's 3 Binder Lords that want to kill her now. Fantastic.
And so he would also inform you of where is that note? She told the Binder Lord that she wanted him to attend a presentation she's giving during the morning of the festival. She didn't get a point to reveal kind of that presentation. She had a small group of a couple dwarves and some other burly characters backing her up in the interchange that happened. So a lot of them bear the tattoos and marks of and mutations of being god butchers. So she's called in some old favors, it seems. So they're kind of playing the waiting game by this point. They know something's gonna happen tomorrow morning, so yeah, they're hoping they can find her by this point. So by the time Birdman learns of this information, it's mid-afternoon. So
Okay. Well, then I have to get my ass going to find her. Because if he met her this morning, then I have to like follow her trail now, and I'm like 3 hours behind. I imagine.
okay.
I'm probably a couple hours behind her.
Whatever. Okay, let me get a couple notes down real quick.
Yeah.
Okay, so what are the rest of you? We have Strike wants to make some money by going to Anric. Mel and friend. He's a priestly guy. He's probably just helping out with the last bit of the preparations from the festival.
His PC is freaking out.
Oh, okay. Cotton wants to steal something.
Yeah, like she's going to, I guess, look at check out the festival, but her main goal is to steal something of value in the commotion, like amidst the commotion, and then sell it, since she spent some money last week.
Okay, so like during the festival?
I mean, yeah. I think the shops are open, right? Or is it like
Yeah, before the festival. Okay. The commotion of them setting up and stuff. Okay, what are you looking for?
I mean, I've been thinking about stealing from the jewelry store again because it would be funny, but there's the risk of him recognizing me and maybe making a connection the next time. But yeah, I think she's going to go to the jewelry store.
Oh my god.
Oh. Okay. Do you do anything in preparation before you go to said jewelry store?
Yeah, she is going to look for Eris because she wants to lend some fancy clothes. Because she I guess she wears like the fantasy equivalent of utility gear, like those people that always hike, but they wear do you know what I mean? They wear like sports clothing, like active wear. outside of like sport activity. That's what Cotton wears, but like in I guess the fantasy equivalent, I don't know what that would look like. So she doesn't really have fancy clothes, but she wants to. I guess she needs a disguise.
Right. So go to Eros to get some fancy clothes.
Yes.
This would be like in the very early morning or something.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
Hey, Eris. She kind of knocks on the door, I guess.
Yeah, you can come in.
Cotton comes and opens the door.
Eros is just putting on a bra at the time or underwear, actually putting clothes
Yeah.
on.
Hey, do you think you have something that would fit me? Like a dress, maybe, or maybe a fancy jacket? I would like to lend some clothes, but I don't know about my tail.
Okay. I'm kind of excited, but at the same time, I don't know. Let me see.
And Eros would like she definitely has a kind of like a dresser closet type of deal going on. Like a wardrobe if it also had drawers. Definitely. And so she's like opening it. There's like 20, 30, 40 different outfits in it. Closes it, opens one drawer, 30 pairs of this type of underwear, 30 pairs of socks in this other drawer, just looking through each one of them. And it's like, shit, I don't know. She looks at you, looks at herself, looks at your breast, looks at her breast. It's like, you definitely can't fill up anything I wear. So it has to be really skin tight. Just searching through, maybe like throws some of the clothes like behind her, probably some of them smacking Cotton in the face, or it flies past her to land on her bed.
Maybe she has a dress that says like a cutout on the back, you know?
She has quite a few deep V's.
Yeah, like a deep V, because then Cotton's tail could go over, like, to the V.
Okay. You know what? Actually, I think this could work. And she reaches like
deep into the back and pulls out this dress that's kind of looks more like wrappings rather than a dress itself. But when she like unfurls it, it does have a figure and shape to it. So this probably could work. It's got a lot of different openings on it. Your tail could fit through, and it can be reshaped, kind of, sort of.
Okay, if it doesn't fit my chest, I will just, I don't know.
I mean,
Be careful.
look, I'm just saying I might not have anything. I don't have to stuff any of my bras. Musella made sure to that. So,
It's fine. I can. If people can see some bra action, I don't care.
okay, well, this, you know what? Let's just try.
Fuck. And she starts wrapping it around Cotton. I feel like shifts a little bit, of it in certain places, making it go up higher than it's supposed to for Cotton's tail, and has to pull on other areas and try to tighten it up from the back the best as she can. I was like, what if I... Oh my god, can't let Marcello ever know that I do this. She grabs from a different outfit this type of kind of like a ribbon type deal, and places it underneath two of the different straps on Cotton's back, and pulls it together to tie it into a bow from the back, so that it pulls the chest part forward, so it actually fits snug on it. It's a little bit off color, but it does finally like fit appropriately, and it's only like the top, because Eros is bigger than Cotton in terms of like overall size, so it should like lean
Yeah.
down and work as like a dress with a skirt for Cotton. Okay, I think this works. I'm not proud of it. Next time, when you need something, let's just go to Marcello's first.
Sure. Thank you. I'm very grateful. And she kind of, I guess, admires the outfit despite it all. Well, I got it going, and then she just kind of leaves the room quite swiftly, I guess.
Huh.
I mean, maybe, I don't know,
Okay.
maybe she stays. Maybe she stays. They could also do like do her hair, do hair. I'm sorry, I can't speak.
Do her hair.
They could, yeah, do her hair. Yes. If Eris has time for that, but I think the picture that Cotton has like fur, but I don't know if she has hair actually. Like, if that makes sense. Like, it would be kind of random if she had hair.
I mean, if the fur is long enough, it can always be done up in some way.
Yeah. I mean, in the picture she has a ponytail, so I guess she could open her hair. So yeah.
Yeah, sure. Arrows would help with that too, if that is what Cotton wanted. But while doing
Yeah.
so, she'd be like, "So, are you planning on going on a date or something?"
I mean, I guess you could say that, but I'll tell you about it later. You can look
Okay.
forward to that.
You better tell me every little detail.
Jesus. Okay. Roll me a charisma check. Maybe performance. I don't know, to give me a perspective on how dressy people can interpret this.
Let me see. Like performance?
Oh shit. Okay. Yeah. No. I like less. Okay. Nat 20. Okay. 29. It's only a 29. Okay. So
Arrows doesn't fuck
you
around.
look like a cross between either a personal servant or a personal consort to one of the Binder Lords. Is what you're dressed like right now. Like that's what you could pull yourself off of as is like this persona that is different than Cotton, I guess I could say. So we're going back to the jewelry shop. I'm trying to remember what if I put a name to the jewelry
I think
shop.
you did, I forgot it.
You did. All I remember is that Squamata runs it. That's about it, though.
I can't remember what session that happened in.
Is it like the third, maybe?
Third?
Wait, what are we talking about?
When
The
Todd
jewelry
was
store.
told-
The jewelry store? Oh man, I think it was like session. That was the session we took the kids out, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so like the third session.
Yeah, that was literally the second. In the notes, it's the second day that happened. I technically didn't write the note down because Eros wasn't there. So
Wait, let me open that. It had a name, definitely.
it did have a name.
This is why I hate when I give names and I can't remember them. This is the bad thing about names. Fuck you, name. Oh, wait.
Well,
Wait.
if need be,
Wait.
there's
Was it? It's Lauren, right?
Yes. it is.
Lauren's Gems.
Not to be confused with
Cotton.
Gemstar.
No. That's in session 3.
Remember, if you have trouble remembering anything, there's an entire catalog of video evidence to be used.
Yeah. Okay. It's when you guys went and got Leandra's dress. Okay. So you're gonna go see Lauren.
Yes.
Okay. Let me. Wow. Okay. He was basic one, I think. Oop, didn't want to do that. Gem jewelry. I think that's what that's called. Yes. Okay. Okay. Lauren shop is open. Definitely. He is a. I think I remember he was a small little squamata. There's probably 5 or so other patrons in the shop when you come in. A good 3 of them are drawn in, like see you when you come in. You're obviously your outfit and all your dress. They murmur things about who is that, what binder lord does she work for, da da da. And there's a few moments of him interchanging with one of the other 2 patrons in the shop. What do you do to set this up, I guess?
Oh, let's just, I guess, elegantly walking through the store, kind of checking out what is available right now. Maybe grazing her paw on some of the, like, what's the word?
The display.
Showcases. I'm thinking of display case. You know, where like there's like jewelry in display cases. So she's kind of. I assume there are display cases, but I don't know.
Yeah, there's a couple different antique kind of art objects on display. Another display for different quality gemstones. Then another kind of setup for kind of processed jewels and gems and things. Certain spells require special dusts and stuff from different gems and whatnot, as well as mineral kind of trade stuff, I guess. Like, I don't know what I would be off the top of my head, but maybe something like an iron sort of ore, or even a someone wanted like a chunk of a certain gem, or he could even get access to different kinds of crystals for different magical conduits and things like that. He's kind of an art trader, you get the impression, but gems are kind of one of the things he specializes in. So
Cotton looks over to the what's his name? Steve? No,
Lauren.
Sorry.
He's talking with someone, and by this point, he's like looking over their shoulder at you as you are leering over one of the things, and his eyes squint in confusion, but you definitely get by the initial impression, he's more surprised and anxious to talk to you. He doesn't recognize you at the get-go. You definitely get the impression.
Okay. Cotton goes up to him, confidently.
Okay. He's still kind of talking with one of the patrons about this jewel craft, and he's like, "With you in just one moment."
Cotton nods and I guess turns back to the jewels and stuff. Is there anything that's not locked in a display case?
Some tool displays, a couple rings, a couple of the larger trade goods, like chunks of iron or copper that people could use for crafting. Maybe one or two of the larger kind of art pieces, and probably like baskets of like different kind of minerals and dusts and things, that you like buy by the little pouch. So
Okay, so I'd imagine that Cotton has maybe a little bag with her. Those really tiny bags that are ridiculous, but she has one with her, on her, and I guess she steals one of the rings, just puts this into her purse. But I don't know. I should roll sleight of hand for that.
You have a thing for rings. Cotton has a thing for rings. So Cotton, there are 3 rings out on display. They seem to be his 3 most proper things that aren't just simple bands and things like that. They're obviously engraved with example kind of signets for the 13 houses. Like, he helps facilitate getting people jewelry for the houses to be like, "Oh, I belong to the 13th house," kind of thing.
Okay, so if she took one of the rings, he might notice, since they're prominently displayed.
Yeah,
Mhm.
not maybe immediately. He seems to be wrapping up the conversation and probably gonna head over to you soon. So if
Yeah.
you're gonna take a ring, you can
Yeah,
take it.
I think she takes one of the maybe simpler bands, maybe a gold band if there's one.
All right. Let me open a sheet for him that makes sense. All right. You need to beat his passive perception at a minus. He's distracted right now, so his passive perception is at a -5. Um. So yeah, roll a sleight of hand check.
May have kind of bad, but
That's still pretty good. Considering the situation, you grab a ring and no one seems to notice with how quick and where do you put it?
I put it in my best medic little purse. It's in front of her right now.
Mm-hmm.
It has
Okay. Okay.
and then she turns
Um,
around and walks towards him again.
towards Lauren. Okay.
Mm.
Lauren wraps up the conversation. What can I help you with, young lady? His eyes squint. He's gonna roll up. I will let you to roll a deception or performance check at advantage because of your excellent outfit to try to because he stops and he squints at you for a moment as he gets a closer eye on you.
Deception or performance, right?
Mm-hmm.
Deception. What is bad?
He's like, "Do I know you from somewhere?"
I don't know. I usually shop at different stores.
He shakes his head. What would you like? He's definitely suspicious, but he's still rolling with the punch.
I'm looking for a necklace.
Ah, a necklace. He kind of looks you up and down. What kind of necklace are you looking for? I have, and I rolled that. Let me look at something. I have one prime possession, a glittering emerald piece, and he brings you over to something in a showcase. And then next to it is also a silver kind of teardrop thing and some sort of moonstone. They are labeled to be like a starting kind of bid kind of thing. At the glittering emerald thing, it's like a couple hundred gold, and then 250, and then the other one is 25. The ring you swiped, you're pretty sure is worth 5, maybe 10 if you got a really good deal.
Yeah. Oh, that emerald is beautiful. Do you think I could try it on?
I need a persuasion check, regular roll. He standard procedure. Would you give me some sort of identification just to hold on to in case accidents occur?
Identification. Let me. Do you mean like a passport?
Not necessarily. If I know some of your links in or out from out of town. But I don't know what house are you with? You have an item to prove you are.
Sure. She opens her purse and kind of rummages through it. My identity, I do photos exist?
Paint? Sort of, yes. They're expensive, but they do exist.
Hmm. Would it be reasonable to for her to have a little painting of some links she knows, I don't know, maybe her sister or her mother?
How many inspiration do you have?
I mean, they have at least two. I think
Okay, you can.
two.
I think it's 2, if I remember correctly, for a
You gave
minor narrative thing.
You gave 1 inspiration to everyone but me for letting Altapar succeed his fall save, and then 2 for the.
But
No,
Um,
3 inspiration.
And then
Okay,
there's the
so
1 we have at the start.
yeah, 2. You can use 2 to manipulate the scene out of combat. Like you can change the weather. So yeah, you could spend 2 of your inspiration points right now to. You have a painting. You have a photo of someone.
Eros also does technically have paint. She is very random about painting, but she does do paintings.
Maybe one of your cousins came over last summer and she painted one of your cousins.
Yeah, that's what happened.
Oh.
So she takes out the little painting. I have this painting that was done of me last summer. It's naked. It's a naked portrait.
Oh.
For some reason.
Oh.
Because it's Eros.
Well, you are with the 13th house then. Brexani's yes. Okay. Roll another roll a deception check. Another one. And
No! After I want always my inspiration.
Alright, spend your last inspiration. Okay.
I don't want to
Alright.
roll net 1.
You should have.
Rolling bad today.
Okay. Well, the good news is that's exactly what you needed. He kind of was like, all right. Give Rick Sony my best. I will give you the 13th house discount, which is the standard 10%. So, if this is indeed what you would like, and he pulls it out and takes the picture from you to kind of set it aside so he has some sort of thing for you and blushes along the way, obviously, making himself a little bluer. And then, you try on the necklace, I guess. So,
yeah. Do you
what
have
do
a
you do?
mirror?
There's probably one a step or 2 away.
So Cotton goes over to the mirror and looks at the necklace. Do you think you have something similar to this, but with sapphire? It would suit my eyes better.
I would have to craft something. I do not have something in stock. No. But there are other places in the city you could perhaps search for.
What do you recommend?
Well, it would take me but a few days to locate the sapphire. I could reset those in for you. It would increase just because of the labor. It would increase the price.
Obviously, yes.
But yes, it just take me a few days.
I see. I don't know if I have a few days. Do you have something with blue crystal? Or like
Well,
a blue stone? I don't care which kind.
I do have various shades of crystals up at the front, but to replace such a precious emerald with one
I
of
mean,
those
not this necklace. I like the design. I like the luxury of it.
but with crystal. Oh,
But crystal, I mean, it is maybe a bit beneath me, but I would like something similar to this, but maybe in a different colorway. Could you check if you have something?
he nods and goes to his little closet.
So he left the room, like.
Yeah, it's not too far away, but it's like behind a little drape, sort of, that's kind of open.
Oh god.
Little closet, more or less.
Yeah, so
Here we go.
he's going to sneak away.
I would like another performance check and then a stealth check.
I'm giving you inspiration for this.
Thank you. Performance. So
Definitely reroll that performance.
yeah, I'm gonna reroll the performance.
No one pays very much mind to a rich-looking performer from the 13th house walking out with a gorgeous emerald and sparkly silver, I guess, gold if you want, I don't know, necklace that is easily worth a couple hundred gold.
Yeah, she disappears into the crowd.
Okay. 250 gold necklace stolen.
Awesome.
Dear God. Well, can never go back to that place again.
Nope. Nope. Okay.
Oh, God.
So strike.
Yee.
What kind of work are you looking for Anric to give you, I guess?
Well, probably something I'm good at. Something physical.
Okay.
Could be anywhere from chopping wood or moving some shit around, whatever needs moving around.
I want you to lift these turtles.
Okay.
Pick them up, put them down, and that's it.
Well, if you want to make the most money, he will suggest that you get an axe of some sort, and he can get you a day's work inside the Tarask as a god butcher. He sees that you're pretty strong, be good at it.
Will my claws do?
You have to ask the god butchers if they'll allow that.
Alright, I'll probably go get an axe from somewhere.
He works for the god butchers to like heal them and stuff for their work and like keep them in good order, but he doesn't do it himself. But he knows they make really good money, and you have to be really strong to do it.
Well, this looks like a job for me then.
Okay. Roll me a strength save. And
Inspiration.
all the inspiration for me. I love it. Okay, strength save 22. Okay. It is grueling work that starts relatively early in the morning. You join a small group of compatriots of similar build and mindset, say a human, some sort of goblinoid, bugbear more than likely, and a dwarf. You four spend a couple hours within. First, you have to cut open into one of the main one of the main veins. The arteries still sort of are rerouted in a way. The veins they've kind of made more into tunnels within the thoracic. But you have to still cut open every time because after a couple hours, the flesh does start to seal, and after a couple days, new flesh grows back. It takes longer and shorter depending on certain conditions. People have learned. You generally get the impression these three know a lot more about this than you do. It's like a cave environment. That's one of the reasons why Melon and dwarves kind of gravitate towards this work, but it's not at the same time. Like there is, you guys are high enough level to where you wouldn't have to worry about this too much, but there are weird bug creatures and parasites and other animals and monstrosities that are within and about the creature that are just constantly being fought off
Oh, hey, free lunch.
by the guilds. And you where is my player's handbook? 1 second.
You find inside the Tarrasque. Is that Ozzy Osbourne? Living inside of the veins?
Oh my god, the god of metal.
I would not even be surprised.
He's just chilling in the one of the chambers of the heart.
Hey. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Okay, you you make you got a 22. Okay. You make 20 gold for a day, which is like ridiculous for anyone. Once you carve up I don't know. You guys are in there for a couple hours. It's like 4 hours of work. They usually put it in 4-hour shifts. Just because the noxious fumes, no matter what people do, it's just too much. And people just run out of spell slots and things. So you pounds equal to your weight easily in meat you guys bring back and other pieces. And you sell them to the God Butcher kind of quartermaster, and then they divvy them out to the different market sellers and based upon rarity and price and poundage and where you went and how difficult it was kind of determines multiple percentage gains and things like that. But a God Butcher generally isn't known to walk out of there for less than 5 gold a day, which is still a shit ton of money in a medieval society. So, like this one. So, 20 gold. You earned a lot of recognition from the God Butchers here. I'm going to add that as like partial. That's like one of the rewards here that I think is more than anything. I would like you to roll me a d6.
D6.
All right. So renown. I've used this mechanic before. You're the first person to really lean into it relatively hard. More or less, like Eros, I've just kind of implied Eros's renown within the 13th house is just high. For those things, but the rest of you, it's kind of haven't really leaned too hard into one or the other. for those things. So the God Butchers being kind of their own independent faction. You, I don't know, you'll have an easier time interacting with them and sharing your kind of exploits within those things, and then also being called upon later for like more invasive explorations to spinal cords and things like that for more precious resources that are harder to get to. So literally
More
the
money.
perspective of the Trask, you guys climb through tunnels of flesh to like go to these different places. There was a map that I had at one point, but I can't find it on my Pinterest again, so I have to look for it again. So nonetheless, there's a max of 50 renown that you can get, and at certain stages of renown, you get access to different items and or narrative boons of a certain sort. So most of the God Butcher stuff will be things related to chopping up shit.
I think I'd like to make this my full-time job.
God Butcher, they are directly opposed to the 12th house, so might be beneficial. At least if you have renown with them, you potentially could have enough strength to oppose, a 12th house, I guess. Mhm.
I'm just gonna do this either daily or whenever there's an opportunity to. Make some gold, gain some renown over the course of a couple of weeks or so, or months or whatever. We'd have quite a connection.
Okay. So Strike does some harvesting this day, make some decent money. And we need to visit Shallow Butter.
Okay. So I
Do you call upon Shadow Butter, or do you go find Shallow Butter?
Okay. So I was supposed to use advantage on that performance roll because I have 4 inspiration. I mean, but I did get the highest roll possible, and I think this would be really cool.
Yeah,
Can I spend the 4 inspiration not only to find Shallow Butter, but also the Binder Lord of the 12th house at the same time?
Are you ready for what those consequences may be?
I don't know what those consequences would be.
Okay. I guess, let me open a sheet that I was debating about using for this. I'm gonna say yes. Okay. 4 inspiration. Okay. Then. Okay, that brings me up pretty high in inspiration. I need to use a chunk in this next to it. Okay. What makes the most sense to me, based upon past interactions, is there was the drow you talked to in the prison depths to check on Hardy that mentioned he was curious and his lord would be curious as well for your next performance. Maybe there's an curiosity that spawns an exploration, and what Shallow Butter basically Hmm. Oh, gosh. So many ways I could say this. So many ways I could do this. And once I say it, that's the way it is. So, Shallow Butter is a assassin and person that does things. But therefore deals pretty closely with the elite of the Drow leadership that is the 12th house.
Ah, yes, throwing a DM under the bus. My main skill.
Main skill. Cause things to change completely, but that's okay. Shallow Butter sends you an invitation this day at around noon. A courier, a heinous kind of little coyote man finds you and just delivers the thing and says, has the seal of the 12th house, but it obviously is perfumed and accentuated differently than you would expect from someone who you've been described before as the 13th Lord, who is this very swashbuckler ex-river pirate person. Like, why would, I don't know, maybe this is a different interpretation than you were expecting, but it, as soon as you start to read the word choice and how it's written, the eloquence that is just innately in it, it is peculiar and intriguing, and you do not get the impression this is Spencer, who you've talked to before. And Shallow Butter has recommended you, and you've been formally invited for a private performance in the matron's court at your earliest convenience. You can simply deliver this letter to anyone you think is right for the job to return it to me, and they will ensure it does happen, and we'll arrange the date for those. So you definitely get the impression this is something that they want done within the Blood Festival, like as part of their ceremony of whatever they're doing for the Blood Festival, that you come and perform for them. So
During the blood festival?
which lasts for 10 days, just to mind you. Like, there's the initial, cut that, makes the blood flow. That's the first day that everyone is just ridiculous. Imagine, the running of the bulls, but it's, blood flowing, instead of bulls. And then after that first day, it just is people just gathering up what remains and partying and celebrating for what is sort of a harvest day, I guess.
I think Eros definitely has an outfit that she could use for this, but she'll go to Marcello's to talk to him about what she has in mind. As for the return letter, she'll need a moment.
You don't have to send it today. You get the impression you definitely know if it's longer than 3 days, they're gonna probably be insulted.
Oh yeah, it'll basically be towards the end of the day that she'll return a response.
Okay.
Yeah, but she'll.
Musello is just doing his thing. Like, he has a couple of your things in the middle of work, but he's also distracted by other people. Since your dinner and kind of your walk through the Beast Crown to your dinner of the 11th house, and everyone being aware of that, like, he implies very strongly that he's had a little bit of increase in business from people who are curious to see what new fashions have come from the elves and the bard schools. Like, they most people that know fashion see the elven influence that you're doing.
Well, you know me. Always happy to help out.
It has been crazy and beautiful at the same time. I love saying those things together. But I am not ready. And you are, the way you are looking at me now lets me know that there is only more you're going to pile on me.
I told
I'm
you.
afraid. I'm afraid. Oh my goodness. What do you need?
Well, this one should be a little bit more simple, maybe. I have apparently a bit of a new arrangement, and it has to happen during the Blood Festival. This one isn't exactly difficult to do, but I think it would just be perfect for what I have in mind. I need a leather outfit, black as night, that just perfectly fits every curve of my body.
And you need it when?
At least some point during the Blood Festival.
Okay, not a rush order exactly. Thank you. I would love to see this on you, as I believe anyone would. I can begin this as soon as is there, I guess I should ask, do you want any special qualities, or is this simply just the fashion you are going for? I do have some interesting materials that can be applied.
What exactly do you mean by special?
Well, there is, depending on, for example, I have this, and he brings you to this table with this folded silk. You only know it's silk because you grab it and he hands it to you. It's like semi-transparent. You didn't even really see it on the table at first until you came to the right angle. And made from phase spiders. Collected over many years. But nonetheless, it helps with a little more flair as well as a little more ease to hide in plain
Musello?
sight. No. Oh, okay, fine.
No. I kind of have this. You just gave me a little bit of an idea. What if you shape the leather with this silk in such a way that it shows off what I have? It's still technically covered, but help make it more provocative.
Would you like any extra protective qualities with this, or is this? I can maybe mix it in with the drow have access to some strange things, and they've brought in this linen. They say comes from directly from the Shadowfell. It's expensive though. But offers an interesting protection to your mental capabilities. They claim, at least, it seems to harness to your spirit, I guess, in a way. I don't quite understand some of these magic things, but he's trying to sell you up. You definitely get the impression this stuff is expensive as fuck. From what he's trying to do, but he also has nearby you see different versions of hide that are from creatures that are obviously attuned to different a deserty element sort of thing. You get the impression this is there's like a heat almost that comes off of it.
I'll tell you what. Let's talk cash for it. How much do you think this would cost in total?
Shadow silk is
The silk, the linen, the leather.
the shadow silk is being from phase fighters is more easily accessible. 70 gold. The linen, considering it comes from a different plane of existence, and I had to trade with drow who claimed they suffered great casualties claiming this. That is quite a bit more, we'll say. Good. 100% more. 700 gold. It's quite precious. However, what's the other one? My brain farted. The hide. Aha. The hide is. I gotta think of a. The hide is made from a baby brass dragon, he explains to you. Like a youngling, like a wormling. And it is he has 2 units of it for 20 gold each. The other ones he only has like one unit of each, like one like bolt or whatever. You only really need like 3 units really to make the thing you need, so Depends on what you want to do.
So 70 for the silk, and it wouldn't be 100% more. That'd be 100 times more for the linen if it's 700 gold.
Seth's an English teacher for a reason.
100% more would just be 140. And as for the
This is like Dr. Evil not understanding the difference of like 1 million and 1 billion when he wakes up 60 years later. You know? It's like, yes, that's what I meant.
Right. So, let's do it like this. We'll need. The majority of this will be the hide. Partial of it will be the silk. And maybe, if the cost is just right, some of it will be the linen for the inner wrappings. And we could save a little bit more on the arms if we match it to my jacket. So that way, when I wear both, it's just a perfect fit.
Well, the linen, if you don't have the gold, I don't think I can. It's quite precious. I could find someone else for the linen, but I'll happily do the silk and hide amalgamation and bring in some wonderfully dyed black cotton, if you prefer, or another black silk other than the shadow silk to help complement. So some adorned with the it's kind of a dark brown brassy color from the brass dragon, and then like the silk, and then like a dark other cloth that he has that just isn't magical. Okay. This is expensive. This is going to become an art piece. This is what we're gonna call it, your dress. And this will take him 2 days to craft. So considering the other things you have to do, we'll say it takes him like 3 days, 3 to 4 days to get it done for you. So it won't be done until a couple of days into the festival. And then this is worth when he's done with it. Like the resources itself is like 100 plus gold that you will have to spend. It's like we'll say he for labor and everything he asked for 100 gold. And then it'll take him 2 days to craft it. So, but with everything, like I said, when he's done, this thing is worth 250 gold easy. Like this dress is like just with how well he puts it together. So, and just what it looks like. It's a really interesting. I never thought we would have so much fashion in D&D. I love it.
That's a
Though.
lot of fashion.
I'm enjoying it. It's cool.
And
So,
it's
brass dragon, shadow
Yeah.
silk.
and it's less of a. It's like a really skin tight like biker outfit more.
Yeah.
Of.
Skin tight. I think I have the image in my mind of what I kind of see as this. But I got the image in my mind of what you were saying too. It's like a weird biker dominatrix mix. Was kind of the imagery I got, but I enjoy. That's cool. Okay, so when this is done as like mechanical thing, this is from that little supplement I've been using, which is kind of cool. You're applying these bonuses to quote unquote non-magical clothing. So the hide gives you reduces any fire damage you take by 3 while it's on. So it's not resistance, but it does stack with resistance if you ever get resistance. And if you made a piece of armor resistance out of it, you can make armor resistance out of this if you had more of it. Just costs a lot more. And then the shadow silk is while you have that on, you have a +3 bonus to stealth checks in lightly obscured areas. Probably lightly and heavily obscured makes sense, because why wouldn't it? That's stupid, but poor wording on their part. So like dim or dark light is basically the other way to interpret that. Okay, so and if you buy enough shadow silk, you can make a cloak of the arachnid, or just cool, or other shadowy things that make sense. First stuff. So, that
As
was a couple hours probably of your time to arrange and get measurements and pick out the different cloths and all that stuff, and then you go about your day while he sets those things aside and begins to work on them as he can. What the rest of you do? What does Eros and the rest of you do with your day? Where does Eros go? See what everyone else does with the rest of their day.
as far as like, am I doing any upfront payments, or is that going to be like a?
It's up to you. Like, he trusts you. You definitely get the impression that you can pay him when you pick it up, or if you want it. Like, he normally does like half and half, but you have, you know what I mean? Like, you've
Yeah.
given him some more business and stuff, so he's,
Yeah. So yeah, I'll just save up the money until then. So then, I think Eros would finish her day. She this is something that I've wanted to do, just haven't had a moment to do. She's gonna go to the 13th house, and she's going to use a sending spell to her friend Wendy, who has not gotten to get into the story yet because shit's just been happening.
shit has been happening.
And the message is, "Hey Wendy, so sorry that I haven't been in touch lately. I've been so busy. Can you meet me at the 13th house?"
Okay. Uh, me. Yeah, she won't be able to meet until later on in the day, but you're still earlier on in your day, so this would be like right before everyone else is coming back from the things they're pretty much doing. Like the only like Strike and Birdman got their day absorbed by most of what they're doing, and then you and have spent like half of your day, and then Cotton's only spent a couple hours in the morning so far with stuff. So she can meet with you like around dinner time, more or less, is what she says.
Great. I think Eris will then just spend like the rest of her day at the 13th house, just relaxing there and not bothering with anything else.
Okay. Where would you and Wendy normally meet?
It would normally be at Greendar's Tavern, but
Okay.
that would normally be the place. But the 13th house is more of a special type of thing. And
Okay.
I also, yeah, let's drag this Matilda character I keep talking about into it as well and go to Matilda's house. I keep mentioning it. I keep mentioning her, but haven't done shit about it. So.
It's Matilda time.
Is Matilda like the woman that kind of
Matilda's basically like the head prostitute, if anything.
like in German you would say Puffmutter, I guess.
I don't know. From the way I don't know if
What the fuck is the English word for Puffmutter?
Yeah, that's a good question.
Matron, mother,
Yeah.
matriarch. What's the word? I'm missing a word. There's a slang word for it. I just can't think of what it is right now.
I don't look at me. I don't know German.
No, I'm saying the English word.
Oh,
For like the woman in charge of all the
I think
whores.
mistress or
Mistress is usually it's the slang I use.
Yee.
Is I always thought mistress was like an affair. Or like someone
That's more of the modern term, yeah. Mistress is like it's still used in that way. It's just
see.
Oh, what is a lot of meanings?
words change.
words have meanings.
They evolve. Okay, so
Like I don't know if Seth would agree with me, but I don't know. I had the vibe that Matilda's probably like one of the closest to like if Rexani was to drop his Binder Lord status, Matilda would be like one of the closest to being able to obtain it. I don't know.
that's an interesting idea. I like that idea. What class or type is she?
I feel. Do we just keep going with the whole hard thing, or no? I have a better idea. I kind of want to say she's a monk. I don't know. That sounds like so cool to me.
That's an interesting idea. Okay, I will look at a monk thing that makes sense for Matilda. I guess. Okay. So you're gonna meet at Matilda's. Ooh, that's an interesting idea.
Like Rexani's Tavern is
Maybe what is that? I'm gonna look at one thing real quick.
like Rexani's Tavern is kind of like, not to say the family friendly tavern, but it's like it's where you would take your friends if you want them to be safe. Matilda's is like her place is more like, no, we're getting downright dirty right now. Like this is gonna be fucking gross.
I kind of like the idea of Matilda being an ex bloodbender. Like like she was trained as that and then joined the 13th house, so knows certain things. uh that's cool. Or one of the aetherist things from the mate that might be interesting. I'll look at that stuff. Later at a later point, since it's already getting kind of late. Okay. So meeting at Matilda's. Okay. You're correct. You're earning renown as a god butcher. Birdman trying to track down the lady, getting close to that idea for most of the day, and then Cotton stole some stuff, but still has a decent chunk of their day to do anything. So if Cotton wants to do anything else for their day, you can.
Yeah.
And then after that, how do you all communicate do you guys communicate any of your goings on before or after dinner? Is kind of my next question after that. So what does Cotton want to do after they walk out of this thing, just acting like a 13th house, basically concubine?
Yeah, she goes home. And takes off the fancy outfit for an exchange, and it puts on a regular outfit, puts her hair up, and then she kind of thinks about, or figures out the logistics of selling the necklace she just stole.
Of selling it?
So
Okay.
she needs a fence.
And you're gonna have to give them, a chunk of whatever you sell it for, and a chunk beforehand to get them to start moving stuff. Well, the 10th or the 12th house are the smuggling houses. Well, really like the under the cuff houses, really more than anything. So they would be the ones to try to connect with in some ways.
Maybe
That doesn't mean the others couldn't be, but they would be the ones more likely to have someone to purchase it quickly, I guess.
I guess my contact, Hantelman, the buff canine dude, might know more about the 12th house interest in this beautiful, very expensive necklace.
Okay. So okay. Hanselman soul necklace. All right. Well, you would send some sort of, letter to Hantelman, and
Yeah.
he would, it would probably take him a good day or so to start to, and it's already midday anyways. Roll a charisma check, unless you have like calligraphy or something.
No, I don't think I do.
Okay, so roll a charisma check to see how quickly you can infer this.
Not
Okay.
save. Is that correct?
That's just click charisma on the far left.
Okay.
That's not much better. It's at least above a 5. Okay. So he's probably not going to be able to get back to you today. I'll say as DM with that check, you get the impression probably later tomorrow, maybe. You'll hear back from something. Hopefully not beyond that because the festival is starting. But nonetheless, that would have taken a good half of your day, like a good couple hours to kind of walk back to your place, get a letter, not an hour, like probably an hour or so, to get those things situated. And then what do we do with the rest of our day, and how do we communicate any of the things we're doing? Or if we do, I know Eros is waiting for a dinner. Birdman would eventually need to communicate something later on in the day or he doesn't have to, I guess, as he continues to search.
Yeah, I just think he would look around. I don't think he would say anything unless he for sure knew. Like, hey, this is what's gonna happen.
Okay. You need a lead on like where her speech is going to be at. So
Yeah.
you need to talk with. She's being helped by the God Butchers. So I don't know. Someone that had a connection. Someone that has a connection, I guess, to that in some way, shape, or form. Your connection to the 11th house potentially could assist you with that. So could the 9th house, because both of those magical houses would use God Butcher soul.
Well, if I'm at the
Things.
9th house already, I imagine it would just be better for that to do because that's where the trail for her would start. Is
Yeah.
the 9th house because that's where she was, and that's where the first place. That's the first place I went. So
Yeah. Okay. So.
that's the first place I learned anything about her. I guess I've been walking around the city for like 6 hours before I even hit the Beast Crown. Anyway, probably.
Yeah. Yeah.
So.
Okay. Okay. So. Okay. I think I need to.
If I could quickly say, I'll also try and bring Roxana along with me to meet Wendy, and it'll cost me all my 3rd level spell slots, but I'll send a message to Birdman and Cotton that I'll be at the 13th house for the whole day. And also that I'm not messaging Strike because I don't have the spell slots to do so. That I relay that information as well in the sending.
Strike is working anyways, right?
Yeah, he's been working. You all would, I think, know. He probably would have told someone, or the kids at least, that he was going to try to make some more money.
That's going to work. He's got to get some milk.
That's
okay.
Work.
So I have a scene. Okay, I think we need to wrap it up here shortly because my brain is also getting tired. But we have a scene with Cotton and Hontamon, which I think would be cool to try to do a selling of the necklace. Birdman needs to with Phineas and getting a connection with the God Butcher, which maybe be a way that we can circle Strike back in to that connection with the God Butcher thing. But Strike is also my next connection because Eros just told me about we have the scene with Wendy that we're gonna do. So what does Strike do, I guess, after work? So I can start to kind of think about how we place these things.
Strike would be going back home and spend some time with the kids. Doing some of the training routines with them. A bit of cooking. They're probably hungry. Just in general, being a good dad.
Okay.
And also, speaking of characters that haven't been in the game yet, probably go to the little druid friend and ask him what he thinks about the whole situation. To Terras, the 13 power rods, and all those things.
Okay. Okay. So you would go travel away from home. Would you leave the kids there?
Is this whole situation something they should know about?
Probably not yet. They'll freak the fuck out. Like some of them are, the idea of the Tortoise waking up freaks out most people in the city. So
Yeah, then better not. But
Okay,
also
so-
not leave him entirely unattended. Make sure there's someone there who can take care of them
Okay,
for the meantime.
well-
Maybe Uncle Birdman?
Oh no.
Birdman's
Birdman's
gone.
not there. He is.
He's gonna be
fucking
gone. He's
all day. Mostly, I would
he's
imagine.
he's been searching throughout the city. So the most likely candidate maybe would be Cotton, as Cotton arranges the necklace cell, and maybe that's like done nearby homes so Cotton can be close to the kids.
Cotton, wanna babysit for a bit?
Okay.
Maybe.
Other
I
than
don't
that,
know.
you would have to ask Terry.
Oh fuck no.
Please.
I don't know who. I don't know who else you would ask. Maybe Anric. I don't know.
Anyone but
What?
Terry.
Please ask Terry.
So, but you would need someone.
I
They're
wouldn't fucking ask
relative.
Terry.
They're relatively old, I guess. They're Rogar is 16, but
Rogar's fine. He needs to learn how to be more responsible.
yeah.
Take care of the kids, don't get caught.
I'll think about it.
Well,
Maybe at a different time. Would be better.
Let's see how well you can handle a hungover Arrows coming home.
okay. Well,
Or a mildly unhinged Birdman who hasn't slept all fucking day.
Well, that's
Yeah.
nothing new.
you guys.
We will bring
Okay.
Chekhov's orgy into this.
We are going to.
No.
We're going to do something like this. So basically,
my cursed name.
because it's getting kind of late.